Sure. Did you know that the Monza Vintage Road track is famous for its history and speed? It's hosted some of the most legendary racing moments. And fun fact is, it has a section called the Lesmo Curves, which are notorious for catching out even the most experienced drivers. It's like racing through a piece of history, with plenty of twists and turns to keep everyone on their toes. Alright, this is a classic showdown on Monza Vintage Road. The Lola T190 from 1968 has that lightweight, nimble advantage, perfect for tight turns and quick acceleration. On the other hand, the Surtees TS5, also from 1968, is known for its balanced handling and stability at high speeds. If we're talking pure speed, the Lola might have a slight edge with its raw agility. But don't count Lian Yashin in the Surtees. She's got guts and the experience to hold her line, especially in a vintage race like this. My bet? The Lola's got a tiny advantage on this track, but it'll be close. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Monza Vintage Road, and leading the pack is the Naboo for Life driving a classic 1968 Lola T190. Looks like vintage power is ready to roar. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, New for Life is right behind in second, and Jade Anburn is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Jade Anburn is climbing up to second place. Pippi Langstrom and Jade Anburn are nose to nose for the lead. Move for Life and Jade Anburn are also locked in a close fight for second. Maya is charging ahead now in first place. Adanut 44 is climbing to fourth, closing the gap. Adanut 44 and Pippi Langstrom are wheel to wheel for third. Looks like a good fight. Connor Mality is now in sixth place. Penske Motorsport and D Factor are nose to nose for eighth. Lian Yashin has climbed to 10th. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to make a move for 8th place. Connor Mality and New for Life are still neck and neck, no clear winner yet. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are battling hard for 9th, with no one giving an inch. Pace CARR is on the rise, climbing to 11th, looking to break into the top 10. Connor Mality is climbing fast into the top 4. Adanut 44 and Connor Mality are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Anonymous Ninity 3 is inching up to 6th. Not bad at all. Anonymous Ninity 3 is really having a rough time dropping to 18. New for Life just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th. DF Factor is also climbing up 1 spot to 7. Looks like DF Factor and New for Life are about to clash for 6th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 7th place. Pace C, IR and Defactor are nose-to-nose for 8th. Catgirl TM is advancing to 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 2nd place. Connor Mality is now in 3rd. Adanut 44 has moved into 4th. Looks like a little shuffle up the front. DF Factor is closing in on JD Anburn fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Adanut 44 and Connor Mality are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 6th, sneaking past a couple of racers. Adanut 44 just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Connor Mality and Adanut 44 are nose-to-nose for that 3rd position. DF Factor has climbed 2 spots and is now in 6th. DF Factor and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 5th. DF Factor and New for Life are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Lian Yeshin just grabbed 8th place. Rosigod Gaming is now 10th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you can finally relax and enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to me. I must say, I race like a champion even when I'm just controlling pixels. Now for the car claiming. I am thrilled to announce that I earned the fastest lap, so I get to claim that beautiful 1968 Crossel 15F. As for Penske Motorsport, they out-overtaken everyone and can now claim the shiny 1968 Surtees 5. Well done to both of us. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering agility. Even Grand Prix has a lot of twisty sections and sharp turns, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver quickly would have the best shot at winning. Top speed is nice, but if you can't navigate those tight corners efficiently, you're just going to lose time everywhere else. Balance and responsiveness are the true stars here. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car hit the track. Time's almost up, so get those selections in now. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Cleveland Grand Prix, and leading the pack is Prodigy Place 58 in a 2008 Dodge Viper GT2 CC. Let's see if they can hold that pole position, or if the other cars have tricks up their sleeves. Ingle McCringleberry has shot off the line into the lead. Prodigy Place 58 is holding strong in second place. Kudukachu is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Lil Sprout is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 23rd place. Mufa and Cthulhukachu are nose-to-nose for third. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for fifth. Penske Motorsport is charging through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is climbing steadily, now in 3rd position. Pippi Langstrom is also making moves, grabbing 4th place. The race is heating up nicely. Amy is holding a slight lead over Maya for 9th place. Amy just made a clean move to overtake Maya for that position. Bunny Zoff Doom and Flinchy Coat 21 are still nose to tail for 14th place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gioguna Miracles is making a move, now in 14th after passing 3 cars. Waifuana is also on the rise, now in 15th, overtaking 3 cars as well. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just moved up to 5th. Giogina Miracles is now 12th, after climbing 2 spots. Penske Motorsport is now in 26th after moving up 1 spot. Wife1 and Bunny Self Doom are wheel to wheel for the 14th spot. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Abelize's lead, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Kulukachu and Frankenbuzz are nose to tail for 6th place. Kulukachu just made a move, but Frankenbuzz is not giving up that spot easily. Team Tinatea is driving a 2007 Ascari KZ 1R and currently holding 8th place. They're staying competitive but not quite in the lead pack. Vagalasvet and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for the 20th spot. Jordan F and Venti Tapsambong Eggs are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Penske Motorsport is sneaking up on Abelize, chopping the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Team Tinatea and Maya are neck and neck for that position. Waifuana is pushing forward, now in 14th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Penske Motorsport, now just 13.1 seconds behind. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 4th place. It's Sarora and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Prodigy Place 58 just took the lead from Hingle McCringleberry. They are now battling wheel to wheel for the top spot. Frankenbelts is climbing up to 5th place, closing in on the top contenders. Pippi Langström is driving a 2008 Porsche 911 GT. 3 RSRs. They started in 5th place and are currently in 4th. Their fastest lap is 1:16.564, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Anaxagorax is dropping like a stone, now in 24th place. Beskis is climbing steadily, now in 9th. Rondon 69 and Team Tenatia are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a battle for the top 10 is heating up. Ingel McCringleberry is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Pippi Langström is closing in on New for Life, chipping away at the gap by over 2 seconds. Triaktriat has moved up 1 place to 22nd. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 25th place. Lian Yashin is right behind, moving up to 26th. Looks like a little push from both. Wow, Prodigy place 58 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congrats on the win. Wow! Ingel McCringleberry takes the victory. Congratulations! That was a pretty impressive run. As for the drivers who can claim a car, New for Life, you scored the fastest lap. So you get to claim the 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. Nice work! Keep those engines running and maybe next time you'll be the one taking the checkered flag. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Algarve circuit, I would probably go with the 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren. It's got that perfect mix of power, stability, and speed, especially around a technical track like Algarve. Plus, it's got the aerodynamics and engineering to handle those sharp turns and high-speed straights with style. The other cars are impressive, but that Mercedes just seems to have that extra edge when it comes to pushing the limits. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's your last chance to make that decision. Don't worry, no pressure. Unless you want to be stuck with the boring slowpoke. Get your picks in before the timer runs out. Alright, so we've got Penske Motorsport with a 23 Infiniti G35 and Wannabe cruising in a 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6. I gotta say, the Corvette Chix is known for its power and agility, especially around a track like Algarve. On the other hand, the Infiniti G35, while a solid car, might not have the same edge in speed or handling. So if I had to make a playful guess, I'd put my chips on Wannabe's Corvette taking the lead. Though, hey, anything can happen in racing, especially if the Infiniti decides to surprise us. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Algarve, with Wild Cavannone on pole driving a 2006 Porsche Cayman 6. True legend, from the streets of the 2000s. Let's see if it can hold its ground. Wild Cavannone has taken an early lead. Lian Yashin is holding strong in second place. La Croissant 1980 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 3 places to reach the 18th position. Roger Bar 302 has gained 1 spot to sit in 4th. Triad has also moved up 1 place, now in 5th. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 15th. Lian Yashin just snagged the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. The Betty White Show is also climbing, taking 5th after moving up 1. Wild Cavannone and Lian Yashin are still neck and neck for 1st place. Maya has just climbed into 10th place. New for Life is now in 12th after gaining 2 spots. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 2nd place. Wannabe is making a move to 6th. And Maya is sneaking into 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Move for Life just overtook a car to move into the 10th place. Zombush 86 and Mew for Life are nose-to-nose for the 10th spot. Kilukachu and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 15. La Croissant 1980 takes the lead now at the front. Wild Cavannone moves up to 2nd place. Lian Yashin and Wild Cavannone are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Lian Yashin is now in 1st place. The Betty White Show and Roger Bar 302 are still battling hard for 4th. I am moving up to 8th place. Maya and Triad are neck and neck for 7th. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Kilukachu and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-nose fighting for 15. Dishonored Fox and Amy are locked in a close duel for 17. New for Life is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Kurukachu is also making moves, now in 13th after a similar surge. The Betty White Show is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 14th. Amy is closing in fast on Pippi Langstrup, and has cut the gap by 13.7 seconds. The Betty White Show is dropping back 7 spots to 21st. Maya is climbing up to 5th place, making some moves. La Croissant 1980 and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for the lead. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Pippi Langstrup and Amy are still locked in that close fight for 15th. Grampijurf is inching closer to Detox, closing the gap by a second. Kurukachu is on the hunt for Grampijurf, closing in by a second and a half. Oscar Wolf is climbing the ranks, moving up 1 spot to 13th place. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up the field. Wanabakido is narrowing a distance to Roger Bar 302, cutting it down by over a second. Cthulhukachu is gaining on Grampijurf, closing the gap by a significant 2.7 seconds. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap on the leaders, while Kevin Manona and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. The Betty White Show and Sufik are locked in a close duel around 21st. Detoxins is climbing up to 8th place. Kurukachu is now in 9th after gaining 2 spots. Trihat and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for 9th. The modern street cars class seems pretty evenly matched, but the Algarve track with its twists and turns favors the more agile cars like the Porsche Cayman and BMW M3 N3. The slower lap times are mostly from less nimble models. Congratulations to Lian Yashin on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. What a fantastic achievement. Wow! Congratulations to Lian Yashin for taking the win. That was an impressive race. As for the prizes, Maya, you've got the fastest lap, so you can claim the sleek 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren. Nice choice. Keep those engines roaring. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Ford Spec racing car class. These cars are basically the same model, built to keep the race about driver skill, and not about who has the biggest budget. It's like racing a bunch of identical go-karts but on a much bigger, more adrenaline-pumping scale. It really showcases how talented the drivers are when they're all starting from the same playing field. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos of our AI car races. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun and maybe a few surprises along the way. Alright, with both drivers riding the same 2006 Ford Spec Racer and no info on their skills, I'd say it's a total mystery. It's almost like flipping a coin with a really shiny car. But, hey, sometimes the underdog pulls off the surprise, so maybe keep an eye out for any sneaky moves or unexpected brilliance. Who knows? We might be witnessing the birth of a new racing legend today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ruapuna Park and leading the pack is 5-0 guy in the Ford Spec Racer from 26. He's starting on pole and looks ready to go. Five Snow Guy is leading the pack, followed closely by Morning Stars and Betsmar. Looks like a tight start at the front. Morning Starsel just overtook and is now in first place. Hivensero Guy is close behind, both fighting for the lead. Hinga, McCringleberry and Betsma are nose-to-nose for third. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing up to third place. Betsma and Hinga are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy is also making moves, now in fifth place. Rusnapalm 6 just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrup and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. New for Life and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close duel for 13. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take 6th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-tail for 6th. Amin-san is climbing up to 10th. Rusnapalm 6 just gained one spot and is now in 6th place. Amin-san and Lian Yoshin are nose-to-nose for 9th. Penske Motorsport and Woo for Life are locked in a close fight for 13th. Morning Starsel is leading in a Ford Spec Racer, and it looks like they're holding a steady pace with no signs of slowing down. Linilak is inching closer to Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Linilak just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Pippi Langstrup and Linilak are nose-to-tail for that 7th spot. Penske Motorsport and New for Life are battling hard for the 13th position. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 7th place. Linilak and Pippi are still neck and neck for that spot. Penske Motorsport is making a move to 13th. Rusnapalm is in 8th place, driving a 26 Ford Spec Racer. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Five and Zero Guy is leading the race in a 2006 Ford Spec Racer. Looks like they're holding a solid position at the front, but no signs of slowing down yet. Amundsen is in 11th place, driving a 2006 Ford Spec Racer. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Big Boy Bets is currently in the 13th place, driving a 26 Ford Spec Racer. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. The Ford Spec cars are pretty evenly matched, so the track's tight corners and technical sections are making overtakes tricky. It's all about driver skill and slight setup tweaks here. Rusnapalm is now in 5th place, closing the gap on the racer ahead. The battle between Amy and Rusnapalm is heating up, with both cars racing closely together. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Betsma and Amy are nose to nose for 4th. Rusnapalm is climbing up to 5th place. Move for Life has moved up to 13th and is now battling Penske Motorsport for that spot. Lynn Lilac is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:52.3313. Her car is holding steady, but she's got some work to do to catch the leaders. Pippi Langstrup is holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. He might be eyeing that top spot if he keeps this pace. Penske Motorsport is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is 1:53.544, so they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Lynn Lilac is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:52.33. Their car is holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders and trying to catch up. The track seems to favor the top drivers with fast lap times, but the tight spacing suggests it's a close race where small mistakes could shake things up. New for Life is currently in the 13th place, just behind the top 10. Their fastest lap is 1:51.867. So they're pushing hard but still a bit off the pace of the leaders. Big Boy Bets just overtook Penske Motorsport to move into 14th place. They are nose to tail in this tight battle for that position. The Ford Spec cars are pretty evenly matched, so track layout probably plays a bigger role. The tight corners at Ruapuna are favoring drivers who can handle the technical sections better. Morningstar is holding a slight lead, but Favunsaro Guy is right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake. This race is far from over. Congratulations to Morningstar on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Morningstar really took the checkered flag. Great job to them. They must have the reflexes of a cat and the patience of a saint. Looks like all those hours of virtual training paid off. Sure thing. A fun fact about the LMP 900 class is that these cars are basically the marathon runners of the racing world. They're built for endurance and can race for hours at a time, often covering over 800 miles without breaking a sweat. Imagine having that kind of stamina. These cars are like the breadwinners of the track, going non-stop and still looking pretty sharp at the finish line. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, so make your pick if you haven't already. We don't want any last-minute panic buys when the timer runs out, do we? Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a matchup. On one side we have Hingle McCringleberry in a sleek 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo, a car known for its agility and precision. On the other side, Dongdaesun 3 with a classic 2000 Ferrari F333SP, which is all about speed and maybe a little bit of late 90s flair. Honestly, the Porsche might have the edge here because of its more modern design and handling capabilities. It's like comparing a well-oiled machine to a vintage beauty. Both amazing, but the newer one might just have the advantage on a twisty circuit like Bruno. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything could happen. It's almost like watching a chess match but with faster cars and a little more screeching. I'd put my money on the Porsche, but don't be surprised if the Ferrari surprises us with its raw power. Alright folks, the race is underway at Bruno, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in the LMP 900 class Dora Young. She's steering that vintage 2001 Cadillac Northstar LMP from the pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Penske Motorsport has shot to the front, leading the race. Pippi Langstrup is holding a solid second place, while Dizzy is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a close battle for the top spots already. Pippi Langstrup is now in first place. Treehart and Amy are battling hard for fifth. Dongdaesun 3 has gained 2 spots and is now in seventh. Dongdaesun 3 and Treehart Triad are fighting for sixth. Daisy Shanes and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for second place. Treehart Triad and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. JD Amburn is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by a second and a half. JD Amburn and Hingle McCringleberry are battling for 10th place now. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-nose for the lead. Trehat Triad just sneaked into 5th place. JD Anburn is climbing fast, now in 9th. JD Anburn and I are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Daisy Shen's just sneaked into 2nd place. Amy and Trehat Triad are still locked in that close fight for 5th. Scorch Log is climbing up to 13th. Dor Rogue is climbing to 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dor Rogue are nose-to-nose for 11th. Rusna Pomsix is advancing to 19th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Trehat Triad and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th position. Dor Rogue and Lin Yashin are locked in a close fight for 10th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. The leader is pulling away slightly. No overtakes yet. Trehat Triad is closing in on Dongdazon 3. Looks like a battle for the top 5 is brewing. New for Life is really having a rough time falling back to 21st place. Maya is climbing nicely up to 5th. Penske Motorsport just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. New for Life just blitzed through the pack to take the lead. Pippi Langstrup and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Relaxed View and Rusnapalm 6 are locked in a close fight around 18th. Scorched Log is making a quick climb up the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, moving up 1 spot to take 1st. Daisy Chance is also on the move, climbing 1 position to 2nd place. JD Anburn and Scorched Log are neck and neck for 8th place. Lian Yashin and Lokjun 7 are fighting it out for 11th. Kilo Juliet Delta and Lian Yashin are also close for 12th. Looks like a lot of tight racing in the middle. Scorched Log and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 7th place. Dor Rogue is inching up to 9th. Lokjun 7 is also climbing, now in 10th. Daisy Shines and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for the lead. Lian Yashin and JD Anburn are locked in a tight scrap for 11th. DCK Pei Seo Liaretz just gained a spot and is now 15th. Daisy Shanes has just claimed the top spot. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Donderson 3, chipping away at the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Penske Motorsport and Donderson 3 are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. Scorched Log is climbing up to 7th place. Lokchung 7 is now in 9th. Kilo Juliet Delta is inching closer to the top 12. Kilo Juliet Delta and JD Anburn are nose to nose for 11th. Wow, Pippi Langstrup just won the race. Looks like even the fastest pirates can't catch her. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, congratulations to Dicey Chains. Looks like they really showed off their skills out there. Excellent job. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap. A 2009 Lola Aston Martin B 0960 sounds like a sleek beast. Maya, you're the overtaking queen today. So you get to claim the 2009 Peugeot 908 HD. FAP, well done. This race was totally electrifying. Anyone else feeling the competitive spirit? Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your dream racing machine yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite AI driver. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown runs out. Oh wow! This is a classic battle of vintage versus vintage with a twist of car choice. The Citroën BX4TC is a bit of an underdog where race performance is concerned, despite its reputation for handling. On the other hand, the Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2 is known for its agility and rally prowess, making it a pretty fierce contender. Honestly, I'd say the Peugeot might have a slight edge here, because of its rally heritage and lighter build. But hey, surprises are what make these races fun, right? So, who are you betting on? Alright everyone, it's just kicked off at Blackwood Rallycross and look who's on pole. The legendary caffeinated car in a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Interrail. Let's see if that classic can hold on to the lead or if the newer models have other plans. Spikos has taken the lead right out of the gate. Caffeinated car is holding strong in second, with Fregout close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rosegod Kaming is charging through the field, now in 19th place after overtaking 4 cars. Oskserot is climbing steadily, now in 4th place after gaining 1 spot. Bean Streams and Oskserot are locked in a close duel for 4th position. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast into 11th place. Zofik is also making moves, now in 15th. Necrophantasm is gaining ground, now in 19th after overtaking 4 cars. Spikewolves is trying to hold off Amy, but she's closing in fast. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Spikles is now in 1st place. Caffeinated car has moved up to 2nd. Oskatserod is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Ragu is climbing to 4th place. Aethaplasm is now 9. And Maya is inching into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Beans Streams is dropping back to 11th place. Amy is closing in on Rosagal Gaming, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place, gaining 1 spot. Maya advances 1 spot to 8th place. Beans Streams climbs 2 spots to 9th. Bill the Old Guys closing in on Beans Streams, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 9th place. Spikos is really having a rough time dropping to 7th place. Zylan Fox 213 is closing in on Zufik fast, just 640 seconds behind now. Caffeinated Car is on the move, climbing up to 1st place. Frankenbalds is making a move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zufik is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to sit in 11th place. Silent Fox 213 is not far behind, grabbing 3 positions to settle in 12th place. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 8. Oscar Sarad is now in 1st, holding the top spot. Fragul has also moved up 1 spot to 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Bill the Old Guy is now 9. Frankenbuds has moved into 10. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Maya is closing in on Aethaplasm, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Necrophantasm is moving up 1 spot to take the 13th position. GC Productions and Necrophantasm are in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Wow, Ostsarad took the win. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Well done. Wow, Ostsarad took the checkered flag. Great job, that was quite the drive. Now, congratulations to Penske Motorsport for winning the bet race. They can now proudly claim a 1986 Citroën BX. 4TC from Group B looks like some shiny new wheels are heading their way. Stay tuned everyone, more racing chaos is just getting started. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Alright. This is quite a matchup. The Bugatti EB110LM from 1994 is a beast with its advanced engineering for the time. But the Ferrari F40 competition from 1989 has that raw racing pedigree and aggressive stance that just screams speed. The F40's lightweight design and iconic turbo-charged V8 give it an edge in agility and acceleration. However, the EB110LM is known for its incredible blend of power and stability. Despite being a bit older, it could surprise us with some clever handling. If I had to pick, I'd say that the Ferrari F40 competition might just edge out in this race because of its reputation for racing performance and the fact that it's built for the track. But hey, with AI driving, all bets are off, right? Anything could happen, and I'm pretty sure the race will be a close call. Alright folks, the race is underway at Tsukuba Short Track. Pippi Langström, in a classic 1994 Nissan 300ZD X-Turbo MSA, has grabbed pole position. Let's see if her vintage charm can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Pippi Langström taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second place and Hingle McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. No for Life is now in third place. Maya has climbed to fifth. The battle for fourth between Maya and Hingle McCringleberry is heating up. Cthulhukachu is climbing up to 8th place. Gaming To Fight Cancer is now in 14th. Looks like Cthulhukachu is on the move. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is also moving up, now in 6th place. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose to nose, fighting for 6th. Lemon Cult Games is driving a 1992 BMW 318i. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress so far. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 2nd place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 6th. Looks like some strategic overtakes happening. Gaming To Fight Cancer just overtook Vargala Svet and is now in 13th place. They're really going at it. Gaming To Fight Cancer is racing a Volvo 850 Estate, which is not exactly a speed demon, but seems to be holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like they're focusing on consistency rather than speed today. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 6th place. Autocoast and Pace CIR are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Lian Yashin just gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. She and I are nose to nose for 5th place. Autocoast is climbing up to 11th place. The tight Tsukuba short favors precision over raw speed, so the leaders are staying consistent while the midfield struggles with overtakes. Hingle is holding the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard, but he's still in 3rd. He's got a shot if he keeps the pace up. Ingrid Kringleberry is trying to hold off Amy for second place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 6th place. Lian Yeshin and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 6th. Kirukatu is driving a Nissan Primera P11 from 1999. They're currently in 8th place, but their fastest lap is the slowest among the BTC cars. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. The tight Tsukuba short favors quick laps and precise overtakes, which is helping the top drivers stay close. The track's narrow layout is making it tough for the trailing pack to catch up. Maya is currently in the 8th place. The race for first is heating up with Amy and Pippi Langstrup neck and neck. Arlo Coast and Naturally Unlucky are locked in a close fight for 10th. The Retro GT 500 cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all from that class. The track favors their power and handling, giving them an edge over the BTC cars. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way past. Gaminto Fight Cancer just made a move up to 12, so they're on the rise. Wow, Pippi Langstrup just won the race! Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her playful spirit. Congratulations! Wow, Pippi Langstrup has just taken the victory. What an unexpected champion. But hey, they earned it. Congrats to Pippi on that well-deserved win. Now, for those of you eyeing some shiny prizes, here's the scoop. Ingrid Kringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim that sleek 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Nice boost for your collection. Move for life. Since you won the bet race, the 1994 Bugatti EB110 LM is all yours. That's quite a beast, so enjoy showing it off. And to me, apparently I was the most aggressive with overtakes today. So I get to claim the 1994 Nissan 300ZX Turbo MC.T. Guess I'll be cruising in style. Thanks for racing along, everyone. This was a fun chaos of speed and surprises. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Central International Circuit has a mix of tight corners and fast straights. Excellent grip would be essential to navigate those turns efficiently without losing speed. Power matters too. But if the car can't stick to the road, all that horsepower won't save you from overshooting corners. Braking is crucial as well, since sharp decelerations are needed before those turns. Overall, a well-balanced car that offers control and decent speed would give you the best shot here. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage versus vintage, with some serious who's faster in a time capsule vibes. The Cupra T81B is known for its nimbleness and quirky charm, but it's not exactly a cutting-edge racing beast. On the other hand, the Honda R300 while also a 1967 model, was designed with a bit more focus on speed and agility. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Connor Malady might have the edge thanks to that Honda's reputation for being a bit more refined and fast. But then again, Pippi Langström's car has that wild, unpredictable charm that might just surprise us. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Central International Circuit, and front and center is Todoroki 39 in a classic 1967 Lotus 49, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the modern AI cars will take it away. Shota Todoroki 39 is leading the race. Zenihima is right behind in second, and Abomzi is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Let's Go just overtook someone to move into third place. Akanon is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a tight fight for third is heating up. Maya is charging through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingham McCringleberry is having a rough time, dropping down to 21 after losing 14 positions. Abomzi is gaining on Akanoni, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hingham McCringleberry is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 20 cars. Shota Todoroki 39 and Hingham McCringleberry are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a showdown. Arya Serial and Lian Yoshin are battling hard for 7th, no one giving an inch. Shota Todoroki 39 is holding the lead with Zenihima right behind in second. Maya is closing in on the top 3. Amy is climbing fast, now in 17th. Grumpy Giraffe and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 7th place. Zap Brandigan and Samun are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 16th. Lian Yeshin and Arayu Serial are nose to tail for 6th place. Zaprandigan just slipped into 10th, inching forward. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce scrap for 19th. Rampy Europe is climbing to 7th place. Rondon 69 is catching up to Zooksterkat, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingham McCringleberry is gaining on Red Panda Manatee 4, narrowing it down by 3.8 seconds. Strelecko and Zenihima are still locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Zap Brandigan is now in 9th place, inching closer to the top 10. Samun has also gained a spot, now in 10th. Rondon 69 just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Looks like Rondon 69 and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for 12th. Amy is also making moves, now in 16th. Rondon 69 and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 12th place. New for Life and Connor Malaty are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Red Panda Manatee 4, closing the gap by a second and a third. Wow. Shota Todoroki 39 really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Shota Todoroki 39. You really showed those cars who's boss. Great job on winning the race. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for winning the bet race. You can now claim that classic 1967 Cooper T81B. That's quite the vintage prize. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so jump in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the fun, do you? Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars are from the same era. But the Lotus 72C is known for its innovative design and versatility, especially on shorter circuits, like Watkins Glen. It tends to handle tight corners really well. The Tyrrell 002 is also a strong contender, with a reputation for solid performance and good balance. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Detoxin's Lotus might have a slight edge with its agility and cornering prowess on this track. But don't count out Lisa Shiby's Tyrrell. It's got a good shot if it manages to stay smooth and consistent. Let's see who's the better AI driver today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Classic. Pippi Langstrom is starting on pole in a 1971 Tyrrell 002. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, followed by Silhouette in second place and Wolf's Light in third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Wolf's Light is climbing up to second place. Silhouette and Wolf's Light are nose-to-nose for that spot. Ingle McCringleberry is inching closer to the top five. Silhouette just overtook someone to climb into second place. The fight for first between Silhouette and Pippi Langstrump looks intense. Inga McCringleberry and Gravy Graves are nose-to-nose for fourth. Silhouette is climbing up to first place. Oaksville Faye has gained 2 spots and is now in 9th. Unclearly Gaming has moved up 1 spot to 15th. Sinyahima and Natural Alien Lucky are nose to tail for 6th place. Day Factor is inching up to 9th, grabbing that spot from August Wolfie. The battle for 9th is heating up between August Wolfie and Day Factor. Zinyahima is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Hingo McCringleberry and Zinyahima are nose-to-nose for 5th. Oaksville Fee is inching up to 9th place, 1 spot closer. Naturalian Lucky is climbing fast into 4th place. Hermit Media is right behind, also making moves into 5th. Death Factor is on a tear, overtaking 4 cars to reach 7th. Things are getting spicy up front. Rune Spider is climbing fast into 7th place. Evolution 954 is making a move into 10th. Relaxed View is storming through into 11th. Looks like a busy race for those moving up. Dishonored Fox is on a roll, climbing up to the 17th place. Chubby Boy RJ is right behind, making moves to reach the 18th spot. Hikari Amzam is also pushing forward, now in 19th. Looks like a tight battle for those positions. Oaksville Fee is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 25th. Lian Yashin is also making a move up 3 places to 26th. Evolution 954 is inching forward 1 position to 9th. Amy just overtook Mr. Roche for 15th place. I am climbing up to 23rd, inching closer to the pack. The battle for 15th is heating up with Amy and Mr. Roche. Nova Life and Rome Spider are neck and neck for 7th place. Relaxed View and Okinabaka are locked in a close fight for 10th. Penske Motorsport is climbing fast up 2 spots to 19th. Meanwhile, Penske Motorsport and Chubby Boy RJ are battling it out for 18th. Oaks Wolfie is gaining fast on Unclear Gaming, now just over 10 seconds behind. Evolution 954 is closing in on New for Life by a little over a second. The two are nose to tail for 8th place. Well, look at that silhouette taking the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Silhouette really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those hours in the virtual garage really paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race at Magny Course, I'd probably go with the 1998 McLaren MP 413. It's a legend in terms of aerodynamics and downforce for its time, which are pretty important around those flowing curves. Plus, that season was dominated by McLaren, so the car's got the pedigree. The others are all pretty solid, but historically, the MP14 was just a bit more agile and reliable. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get your choices in. Don't make me assign you a car that steals all the spotlight without asking. Hurry up so we can see these AI vehicles hit the track. Alright, we've got Maya in a classic McLaren and Hingle in a Sauber. The McLaren MP413 is a legendary car from the '98 season, known for its speed and agility. The Sauber C17, while reliable and solid, isn't quite on the same level when it comes to raw performance. So, I'd say Maya's got the edge here, especially given that historic speed advantage. But hey, anything can happen in racing, so I'm keeping my bets open. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Magny Course and Liam Yoshin is on pole in a 1998 Ariza 19. Let's see if she can hold her lead or if chaos will reign. Liam Yashin has taken an early lead. Ragu is right behind in second place. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ragu has taken the lead now. Tyler is closing in, just behind in second place. Lian Yashin is right there too, making it a three-way scrap for the top. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead to take fifth place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose-to-nose for that spot. Pippi Landstrom has also gained one position to sit in 7th. Maya and Pippi are now battling for 6th place. Things heating up at the mid-pack. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th. Captain Trippi is inching into 12th. Captain Trippi has just moved up to 10th place. Damon Zaman is now in 12th place after climbing one spot. Ring Shekot 21 and Salmon are nose to nose for 12th place. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 9th place. Flinchiacot 21 is also moving up to 12th. Flinchiacot 21 and Ideala are nose to nose for 11th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 3rd place. The fight for 2nd between Penske Motorsport and Tyler is heating up. Flinchiacot 21 just moved up to 11th place. Lian Yashin has just overtaken one car to take the 3rd place. I am also climbing up one spot to sit in 4th. Ingo Nicringleberry is making a move as well. Now in 5th. The race is heating up nicely. Salmon is driving a Jordan 198. They're currently in 11th place, just hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like a steady race so far. Ingo Nicringleberry is dropping back to 11th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. New for Life is moving up to 6th place. Maya is holding steady in the top 10, no surprises there. Amy just sneaked into the 11th spot. Idealiva and Lord Betril are inching closer behind, both climbing one place each. The race is heating up just behind the leaders. Flinchiacot 21 is on a tier, overtaking 8 cars to grab the lead. Ragu and Flinchiacot 21 are nose to nose for 1st place. Salmon is climbing up one spot to 9th. Captain Trippy is on a tier, moving up 7 spots to 5th place. Ragu is holding on to 1st with a small gain. Tyler is climbing to 2nd, inching closer to the lead. Wow, Ragu really outpaced everyone, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Looks like they're the ones to beat now. Wow. Ragu really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to them for a well-deserved victory. That was some impressive driving from start to finish. Now, as for the car claiming, Maya, you dominated in the bet race, so you get to claim that classic 1998 McLaren MP413. I think that car is just as sleek as your style. And Amy, you were the queen of overtakes today. That Williams FW20 is all yours. Great job to both of you. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, Now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your pick, or you might end up spectating the chaos instead of controlling it. Alright, so we've got Mutt Wolf in a 2012 Morgan Elm P2 versus New 4 Life in a 2016 Ligier JSP217. Both are solid choices, but the Ligier is definitely the more modern machine with some upgrades under the hood. The Morgan might have the charm of vintage racing, but in a race like this, newer technology often takes the cake. I'd say New 4 Life has the edge here, thanks to the more recent design and probably better aerodynamics and tech. But hey, who knows, sometimes old school surprises us. Let's see how it plays out. Hey Naida, great to see you back. Hope you're ready to watch some crazy AI cars race. Sit back and enjoy the chaos. Alright folks, the race is underway at La Sarthe Retro, and Amy is sitting pretty on pole. She's piloting a 2017 Orica 07 Gibson in the Elm P2 class. Let's see if she can hold on to that lid. Mutwolf has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of Lian Yashin in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Mutwolf is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Lian Yashin and Mutwolf are nose to nose for second place. Amy is closing in on the top spot. Lisa Shibi advances one spot to take 10th place. Dr. Felix climbs 2 spots to secure 12th. Hyundai Life and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 13th. Lian Yashin has just climbed into second place. New 4 Life is also advancing one spot, now in 4th. New 4 Life and Mutwolf are nose to nose for third place. Looks like a battle of wills. New 4 Life has just overtaken 2 cars to sit in second place. Lian Yashin and Mutwolf are nose to nose for third. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Lian Yashin are fighting hard for 4th. Penske Motorsport is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. New 4 Life is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Ingo Mikringleberry is climbing fast, now in third after gaining 2 positions. Frankenbalz is making a move, climbing up the ranks to 24th place. New for Life is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Looks like the top spot is turning into a game of tag between New for Life and Amy. Anonymous Nina T3 is making a strong push into the top 10. Lisa Shibi is also climbing fast, now in 10th. The Kaiju is right behind, moving up 3 spots to 11th. Yamchabi Panda is on a roll, moving up to 16th place. Epic Sugar is right behind, climbing to 17. Wrath 92 is also making moves, now in 18. Looks like a tight chase for the middle of the pack. Grandalive is climbing up to 6th place. Yamchabi Panda and Hot Bolognese are locked in a close fight for 15. Filthy Old Guy is advancing to 26. Wow! Amy just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Amy took the checkered flag. Great job! You really drove that car like a pro. Now new for life. Congratulations on winning the bet race. You can now claim the stunning 2016 Ligier JS Heat 217. Looks like some big wins today. Sure. Did you know that Oschersleben is often called the Green Hell of Germany? It's not quite as intimidating as the Nürburgring, but its mix of fast straights and tricky turns definitely keeps drivers on their toes. Plus, being a relatively modern track from the 1990s, it's like the sleek new kid on the racing block with a lot of personality. Alright everyone, time is ticking down, so make that choice quick. Don't want to miss out on the epic race lineup. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the throwback versus muscle car matchup. Lady Gami's Estonia 3. From 1959, sounds like a vintage beauty, and it might surprise us with some classic charm and handling. On the other hand, Amy's 1995 Dodge Viper RT10 is a beast with serious power and raw aggression. And that era of Vipers is known for their speed and agility. Given the era and the design, I'd say the Viper might have the edge on this track because of its performance capabilities, especially on a race like Oschersleben, which favors speed and agility. But hey, the Estonia 3 might pull a surprise and show some vintage finesse. If I had to place a bet, I'd go with Amy's Dodge Viper just because it's built for speed, and might just outrun the older car. But you never know. Sometimes the old-timers have tricks up their sleeve. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Oschersleben, and Fuso is on pole with a classic 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 EL, who needs modern cars when you've got vintage charm leading the pack. Fuso has shot off the line into the lead. Roger Berthree. 102 is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Naide is now in fourth place. Velocitor 14 has moved into sixth. Penske Motorsport has climbed into eighth. The race is heating up. Velocitor 14 advances to 5th place. Lian Yashin moves up to 10th. Lian and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 9th. Amy just gained a spot to take second place. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are nose to tail for 7th. A Bomsey is climbing up to 10th. The critical leg is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 9. Maya is making moves too, jumping 3 places to 12. Naibe is inching forward, grabbing 3rd place. Forzo and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Velocitor 14 and Roger 302 are swapping paint for 4th place. Amy just nudged ahead of Fuso, but it's close. Velocitor 14 is climbing nicely into 4th place. Penske Motorsport is closing the gap on Platigami, shaving off 2.2 seconds. I'm moving up 2 spots into 8th place. Penske Motorsport and I are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maya is climbing fast into 6th place. Lian Yashin is now in 12th. Jacinda Box is making moves into 15th. Maya is gaining on Roger 302, closing the distance significantly. Penske Motorsport is catching up to Platigami, and they are nose to tail for 7th place. Naibe is closing in on Fuso, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. The critical leg is also climbing 1 spot to 8. Maya is gaining on Velocitor 14 now, just a second behind. The critical leg has climbed to 7th place. Move for Life is making a move, now in 12th place after 2 positions gained. Lian Yashin is racing a 1964 Porsche 356C. She's currently in the middle of the pack, in 14th place, so her race looks like a steady, but not spectacular run so far. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Move for Life has advanced to 11th, still climbing. Roger 302 is gaining on Velocitor 14, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langström is inching closer to Penske Motorsport, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Bacon has climbed 1 spot to take the 15th position. Naibe is really pushing to catch Wozo, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Maya and Naibe are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. The critical leg is gaining on Roger 302, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Maya just snuck into 3rd place. Velocitor 14 and Naibe are nose to nose for 4th. The critical leg is climbing up to 6th. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Velocitor 14 is climbing fast into 3rd. The critical leg is narrowing the gap to Naibe, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Naibe is climbing to 4th place. Forzo and Naibe are battling closely for that spot. Move for Life is making a move to 8th place. The critical leg is inching closer to Fuzo, closing the gap by a little over a second. Move for Life is making a move on Roger Bear 302, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Bacon and Leon Yashin are locked in a fierce duel for the 14th spot. The critical leg is climbing up to 5th place. Botso and the critical leg are nose to nose for that spot. Move for Life is chipping away at Roger Bear 302's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Velocitor 14 is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Move for Life is closing in on Roger Bear 302, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Jack Cinderbox and Hingle McCringleberry are battling fiercely for the 12th spot. Move for Life just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Jack Cinderbox is inching closer to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Jack Cinderbox are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Move for Life is gaining on Fuzo, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Jack Cinderbox are locked in a fierce duel for the 12th spot. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race. You've really shown those cars his boss. And a big shout out to Maya for the most overtakes. That was some impressive maneuvering. Both of you get to claim a 1995 Dodge Viper RT10. Looks like those retro street cars are in good hands. Thanks everyone for racing, and stay tuned for more high-speed fun. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Queensland National has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections. So a car that can grip the road and stay agile through the twists and turns is going to have a big advantage. While raw speed is always fun, having a car that can maintain control and carry momentum through the curves will make the biggest difference here. Acceleration and braking are important too, but overall balance and precision are what really matter on a track like this. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Get your favorite AI car choice in before time runs out, or we might end up with something really wild. Hurry up, or you might regret missing out on the best racing machine in the lot. Oh wow, two fierce competitors right here. The Ariel Atom 500 is known for being incredibly lightweight and nimble, perfect for those tight corners. It's a real thrill machine. On the other hand, the SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo packs a serious punch with its turbocharged V8 engine, promising some serious top speed. If the race is all about quick corners and agility, I might lean towards Penske Motorsport with that Ariel Atom. But if it's a straight line dash, I'm betting on my own NSSK to pull ahead. Honestly, I'd love to see how this plays out. Either way, it's going to be an exciting showdown. Alright, everyone. Hingle McCringleberry is sitting on pole in the random streetcars class, driving a 2007 SS Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo. Buckle up! This is gonna be interesting. Christelle 33 has shot out in the lead, with Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second place. Pumpkin Noflurry is holding strong in third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Pumpkin Noflurry is climbing fast and now leads the race. Christelle 33 is not giving up without a fight, staying close behind. Amy has made a move and is now in fourth, closing the gap. Maya is climbing fast, now in fifth place after overtaking 5 cars. Amundsen is also on the move, grabbing 7th after passing 5 cars. Penske Motorsport is making a charge, now in 8th after overtaking 5 cars. Willow Shrub is making a bold move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chelsea is climbing fast, now in 11th after also overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Pippi Langstrom moves up to 9th place. Chelsea's closing in on Buffy 19, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. They are in a close fight for 10th place. Christelle 33 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Chelsea is climbing up to 10th. Novaev is also making progress, now 12. Amin is gaining on Amy, now just a second behind. Tugonet DTV and New for Life are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Amundsen just snuck into 4th place, inching closer to Amy. Amy and Amundsen are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Tugonet DTV is climbing steadily to 12th. Amundsen just sneaked into 3rd place. Willow Shrub is chipping away at Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Tugonet TTV is hot on Buffy 19's tail, closing nearly 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Amy is leading comfortably, but Maya is closing in on Penske Motorsport in 8th. Looks like a showdown for the final lap. Amin-san is chipping away at Pumpkin of Glory's lead, closing in by 1.1 seconds. Tug-on-it DTV is climbing up one spot to 11. Bufinan Nitin and Tug-on-it DTV are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Amin-san is chipping away at Pumpkin of Glory's lead, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Amy is narrowing the distance to Crystal 33 by 1 second. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 6th place, leaving someone behind. Penske Motorsport is driving an Ariel Atom 500, starting in 11th place. They are currently in 6th position, making a solid move up the field. Their fastest lap is 1:18.76, so they're pushing pretty hard. Looks like a decent race so far. Congratulations to Pumpkin of Glory on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Amundsen really pulled off an incredible feat today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Talk about domination. Congratulations to you, Amundsen, for earning that triple crown. You truly deserve the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. And a big shout out to Penske Motorsport for winning the bet race. You get the 2008 Ariel Atom 500. Nice work out there. Looks like everyone's claiming some pretty sweet rides today. Stay tuned, folks, more racing action coming right up. Sure thing. Did you know that the Okutama track has a pretty twisty layout that makes even the most confident drivers do a double take? It's like the track was designed for those who love to dance with their cars and maybe pull off a stunt or two. It's definitely not one for the faint-hearted, but perfect for spicing up the race. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Penske Motorsport with that classic 1966 Chinook Mark II versus Lien Yashin in the 1972 Lola T2 90. Both are pretty iconic, but it's like comparing a fine wine to a slightly older, equally impressive vintage. The Chinook might have some classic charm, but the Lola T290 is known for its nimbleness and agility. I'd put my money on Leanne in the Lola. She's got a slight edge when it comes to handling and speed, especially on a track like a Kutama. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Let's see which Ghost of Racing Pass wins today. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at a Kutama with Hingle McCringleberry, leading the vintage ultralights class in a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold on to that pole. Unknown Tactics has shot off the line to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of Amy in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Penske Motorsport is climbing to fourth place. Pippi Langstrup is right on their tail in the fight for that spot. I am inching closer to the top 10, moving up one position to 8. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take fourth place. Leanne Yashin is now in fifth after a smooth move. New for Life climbs to sixth, keeping the momentum. Iganarite is climbing to 12th place. Stankit and Thomas Morin are nose to nose for 15. Kyroscope is advancing to 17th. Stankit is climbing nicely into the top 15. Patsots and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 17th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned duel. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 6th place. New for Life and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for that spot. Patsots is advancing to 17th. Patsots and Thomas Moran are locked in a close fight for 16th. Maya is closing in on the leaders. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for second place. Leanne Yashin and Pippi Langstrup are battling hard for fourth. Stankit just overtook someone to move into the 13th spot. Patsorts is closing in on Black Bead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Kyroscope has moved up one spot to take 17th place. Thomas Morin and Kyroscope are in a tight battle for 17th. Kyroscope is on a roll, overtaking 7 cars to reach 10th place. Leanne Yashin is climbing one spot to 4th place. I am also moving up one spot to 7th place. Learcell is climbing to 10th place. Exhaust 21 is now 11th. Eganite has moved into 12th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Stankit is closing in on Egenerate quickly, just 1.9 seconds behind now. Thomas Moran is climbing up to 16th place, making a nice little jump. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than pure speed. Patsorts is driving a 1967 Hillman Imp, which is known for its compact size and nimbleness. Looks like their race is not going too well. Stuck in 17th place, and quite a few cars ahead. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place. Patsorts is advancing to 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is feeling the heat from Amy. Penske Motorsport and Leon Yoshin are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Kyroscope is chipping away at blaming Buddha's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Thomas Moran's Datsun 510 is in 13th place. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack with no fast laps recorded yet. Hingle McCringleberry has just overtaken Unknown Tactus to take the lead. The race for first is heating up. Penske Motorsport and Leon Yashin are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom is now in 5th place. Maya is gaining on Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by over a second. Thomas Moran is hot on Blackbeard's tail, closing in by 1/4 seconds. Maya and Penske Motorsport are neck and neck for 6th place. Egan Wright and Ed Zolster 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Thomas Moran is closing the gap on Blackbeard now, just 1 second behind. Zerkamingate and Wooferlife are nose to tail in 8th place. Egenerite is climbing to 11th. Thomas Moran is making a move to 15th. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Patsor's fast, just 14.7 seconds behind. Stankit is climbing up to take the 12th place. Stankit and Eganry are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Unknown Tactus just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for 2nd place. Looks like a tight duel for the top spots. Leon Yashin just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is also climbing up to 5th. Zirk Gaming Gate and New for Life are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Wow, Unknown Tactics really pulled off the win. Guess they were hiding their secret weapon all along. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Unknown Tactics on taking the checkered flag. You really drove that car like you stole it. Great job. And a big shout out to Penske Motorsport for smashing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1966 Chinook Mark II, perfect for some vintage ultralight adventures. Lian Yeshin, you also won the bet race, so you get a 1972 Lola T290. Looks like both of you are about to upgrade your garage with some vintage flair. Well done! Sure thing. Did you know that before the era of modern street racing, people used to get pretty creative with their car modifications in the 1960s and earlier? They often used to add all sorts of quirky homemade gadgets to boost their car's performance, like custom exhausts and even entire engine swaps. Imagine rolling into a race with a car that looked pretty standard but was secretly packing some serious, or sometimes totally bogus, upgrades. It was like the Wild West of car racing, where anything could happen, and the rules were more like guidelines. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and I wouldn't want you to miss out on bragging rights for the fastest ride. Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Oh wow, this is a classic battle of elegance versus muscle. The Aston Martin DB 4 GT Zagato is an absolute beauty, known for its sleek design and refined engineering. On the other hand, the Chevy 2 Nova SS has that raw American power and simplicity that can surprise you when pushed to the limit. Given the track at Ruapuna Park, which favors agility and precision, I might lean towards Toadette TV's Aston Martin, especially with that slim body and aerodynamic shape. But don't count out the Nova. It could just unleash a burst of horsepower and make things interesting. Either way, I'm excited to see how these two classic beauties perform. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Ruapuna Park, and leading the pack on pole is Lian Yashin. In a classy 1961 MG A1600 Mark IIA. Looks like she's got some vintage charm to start things off. Let's see if those old school wheels can hold up against the modern competitors. Delphine the Beast has taken an early lead. Lian Yeshin is holding second place, closely followed by Penske Motorsport in third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is now in fifth place, closing the gap. Penske Motorsport is chasing down the leaders. Bunnies of Doom is making a move into third. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Bunnies of Doom and Maya are nose to nose for third. Let's go. And Li and Yoshin are still locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Let's Go has climbed to 5th, just behind the top 4. Husky Hogue is in 6th, making a solid push. No for Life is on a tier, overtaking cars left and right to take the lead. Maya and No for Life are nose-to-tail fighting for 1st place. Belthanate Beast and Maya are also locked in a close duel for 2nd. Maya takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Penske Motorsport is trimming the gap to Belthanate Beast by 1.1 seconds. Husky Hogue advances 1 position to 6th. Belthanate Beast has moved up to 2nd place. Penske Motorsport has also gained 1 spot, now in 3rd. Husky Hogue has climbed 2 positions, now in 4th. Husky Hogue and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd. Husky Hogue is climbing fast into 2nd place. Amy is making a move into 6th. The fight for 5th between Amy and Bunnies of Doom is heating up. Expect some fireworks there. Bunnies of Doom and Amy are still neck and neck for 5th place. Toadette TV has just climbed into 7th. Toadette TV is climbing to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 11th. Looks like some shifting happening. Amy is driving a vintage Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS from 1966. Testasi. She's currently in 7th place, trying to catch up but not quite making the moves yet. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Penske Motorsport and Amy are still nose-to-tail for that position. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 9th place, making the race a little more interesting. Maya is holding steady in 2nd place. Toadette TV just overtook Belthanate Beast for power. Amy is closing in on the top 3. The race is heating up at the front. Toadette TV is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by over a second. Leanne Yassishin and Princess Wildface are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Toadette TV is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrump is also moving up 1 spot into 6th. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Belthanate Beast, closing the gap by a second. Princess Wildface is also making moves on Drewer Falls, same 1 second. New for Life is closing in on Lian Yeshin, reducing the distance by a hefty 1.5 second. Things are heating up. The vintage street cars are holding their own, but the older models seem to struggle with lap times, especially on this track. The mix of classic designs and track demands is creating some interesting position shifts. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone? Congratulations on your win. Guess the race was just too easy for you. Wow, congratulations, Maya. You really showed those AI drivers who's boss. That vintage 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS is yours for the taking. Make sure to enjoy that classic beauty. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling, because rallycross tracks are all about tight turns and rapid changes in direction. Having a car that can cut through corners smoothly and respond instantly to driver inputs will make a huge difference. Also, a good amount of torque and acceleration matters, since you need to burst out of those corners with speed. Top speed is less critical here because of the nature of the circuit, but the ability to stay stable during jumps and rough sections can really boost performance. So, overall, a balanced setup with sharp handling and strong acceleration would be my top priorities for Montmelo Rallycross. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to tell the AI which shiny speedy machine should hit the track next. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, time's up. Let's see which machine is going to dominate today. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Hingle McCringleberry, in a 2006 Spiker M16 sounds like a wild choice, especially for Montmelo Rallycross. That car is more of a luxury sports car than a rallycross beast. Penske Motorsport in a 26 Super Aguri S06. Though now that sounds like a race-ready machine. Even if it's a bit older, Super Aguris are known for their agility and racing pedigree. Honestly, with those cars in the track, I'd put my chips on Penske Motorsport Super Aguri to take the win. It's probably got the edge in handling and speed on that circuit. But hey, we all love a good underdog story. So let's see if Hingle's luxury ride can pull off some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Montmelo. Zombush 86 is starting on pole, cruising in a 26 BMW Sauber F106. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us all. Zombush 86 has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, staying close. Rosagol Gaming is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Rosagol Gaming is now in first place. Nunbu for Life has climbed to third. Pippi Langstrom is in fourth after moving up 2 spots. Nu for Life is now in first place. Pippi Langstrom has moved up to second. Penske Motorsport is climbing to fourth. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Rose Gold Gaming fast, just 5.2 seconds behind now. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up the field, 2 spots to sit in 5th place. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 5 cars. Lian Yashin is also making moves, now in 4th after passing 3 cars. Amy is gaining ground, now in 6th after her own trio of overtakes. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong move, now in 3rd place after overtaking 5 cars. Penske Motorsport is climbing fast, now in 4th after overtaking 3. Rosigold Gaming is also on the rise, now in 5th after passing 4 cars. The race is heating up nicely. Pippi Langstrom has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd. Rosigold Gaming is now in 4th, closing in. Move for Life is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a massive push, closing the gap by over 15 seconds. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Rosigold Gaming, gaining a little over a second. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 8th place, making a move through the pack. Nimfu Life is climbing up to 2nd place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Rosigold Gaming, but still has some ground to make up. Penske Motorsport is now in 8th place, inching closer to the top. Lian Yashin is driving a BMW Sauber F106 and currently in 6th place. Her fastest lap is 47.323 seconds, so she's holding a decent pace. Rosigold Gaming is climbing fast into 2nd place. Lian Yashin is also making a move up to 3rd. Amy is not falling behind, advancing to 4th. Maya's driving the Renault R26, starting from the 9th spot. She's just a little behind the leaders and has a decent lap time of 46.32 seconds. Looks like she's trying to make some moves. Hingle is holding a solid position in 6th, but Penske Motorsport is way behind in 7th. So Hingle might have this one, unless Penske pulls off a miracle in the last laps. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap on Amy, who just moved into 3rd. Looks like the battle for the podium is heating up. Pippi Langstrom is leading with the Renault R26, which is known for its balance and speed. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, no drama so far. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Spiker M16 and is currently in 6th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is narrowing the gap to Rosigold Gaming, closing it by 1.7 seconds. Zombush 86 has climbed 1 spot, and is now in 6th place. Penske Motorsport is stuck in the back with a Super Aguri that's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're having a rough day, or maybe just taking it easy. Lian Yeshin is driving a BMW Sauber F16, which is a solid choice. She's currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders, with a decent lap time. Looks like she's hanging in there. Rosigold Gaming is in 2nd place, with the Spiker M16. Looks like they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Ingilma Kringleberry is driving a Spiker M16, starting in 6th place. He's currently in 5th, so he's gained a spot. His lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but he's hanging in there. Rosia Godgan is in 2nd place with the Spiker M16. Their fastest lap is 48.163 seconds. So they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging for the lead. Wow, Pippi Langstrup just won the race! Looks like even the fictional character is faster than the rest. Congratulations on the victory! Wow! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrup for taking the victory. That was a fantastic race, and they really showed the competition what's what. Now, for the special winners. Amy, you crushed it with the fastest lap, so you get to claim that classic Ferrari 248F, one from 26. That's a beauty for any collection. Ingilma Kringleberry, you won the bet race, so you're taking home the sleek Spiker M16 from 26. Nice work solidifying your win there. And Maya, you, my dear, managed the most overtakes today. That means you get the Renault R26 from 2006. Lots of speed and handling in that one. Great effort by everyone. This race was definitely one for the books. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't make me choose for you, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh, this is a classic showdown right here. Both of these cars have that vintage muscle car charm. But the Pontiac Firebird from 1970, with Catgirl TM behind the wheel, might have the edge. It's known for its balanced handling, and a little extra punch in the engine bay. The Chevrolet Camaro from 1968, driven by ice, is no slouch either, and definitely has that raw power vibe. But in a race like Macau's tricky streets, handling and agility can make all the difference. I'd probably put my chips on the Firebird just because it tends to be a tad more nimble, especially in tight corners. Still, with muscle cars anything can happen, especially in the hands of AI. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race is underway at Macau Gia, and Amy is starting on pole with her vintage 1970 AMC Javelin. Let's see if that classic can hold up against the modern monsters. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrumpf in second place and Penske Motorsport holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Penske Motorsport is climbing to second place. Catgirl TM and Pippi Langstrumpf are still locked in a close fight for third. New for Life is also making a move up to fifth. Penske Motorsport and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Catgirl TM just slipped into third, closing the gap. The fight for second is heating up with Catgirl TM and Penske Motorsport trading paint. Popcorn Slayer is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 18. Penske Motorsport is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Pippi Langstrumpf is also gaining ground, taking third place. Lian Yashin is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, starting in 4th place. She's currently in 7th, so she's gained a few spots but still has some work to do to catch the leaders. Georgina Miracles is driving a 1975 Ford Escort Mark on E-Dill. They are currently in the 19th position and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Amy is leading the race in a 1970 AMC Javelin. Looks like she's holding on to her position pretty comfortably so far. Lian Yashin is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. She started in 4th place and is currently in 8th. Looks like she's lost a few spots but still in the mix. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Epic Sugar is now 8th. And I am sneaking into 9th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. New for Life just overtook Catgirl TM and is now in 4th place. They're really pushing hard to stay ahead. Catgirl TM and New for Life are nose to nose for 4th place. Beats with Kev is closing in on Fuso, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Frogsworth is gaining on Beats with Kev, cutting it down by a second. Frogsworth and Beats with Kev are locked in a tight fight for the 13th spot. Ice is climbing up to 5th place. Witrial 25 has gained 2 spots. and is now in 13th. These McGee and Geogga numericals are nose-to-nose for 18th. Hingle and Kringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Maya is making her way to 8th. Exclusive Godelx is also moving up to 9th. The race is heating up. Meg's Boring Life is climbing to 10th place. Bozo is now 11th. Popcorn Slayer has advanced to 16th. Meg's Boring Life is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th place, not exactly setting the world on fire, but staying in the pack. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 2nd place. New for Life is also moving up to 3rd. Ice is sneaking into 4th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Ice is creeping closer to New for Life with a 1.2 second gain. Beast McGee is climbing up 1 spot into the top 20. Lan Yashin is chipping away at Amy with a 1.3 second reduction. Penske Motorsports car is a 1968 Dodge Dart, leading the race from the 2nd starting position. It seems to be maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap time listed as a perfect 99.999, which probably means no one has set a real lap time yet. The race looks pretty straightforward for them so far. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to the top. Wow! Congratulations to Penske Motorsport. They really took the checkered flag today. And hey, they've got the fastest lap too, so they're definitely claiming that vintage 1968 Dodge Dart. Classic car, classic victory. Die Dörner September. Well done to all the drivers, but Penske Motorsport really stole the show. Alright folks, last call to pick your champions. The clock's about to run out and we need those car choices locked in. So if you haven't made your pick yet, now's your moment to shine and influence the race. Hey there, everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos of AI cars racing. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed mayhem. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The Audi RS3 TCR is quite a powerhouse with its turbocharged engine and sporty handling, so it's likely to have the edge in terms of speed and agility. The Honda Civic from 27, on the other hand, might be a bit more of a wild card. It's lighter, nimble, but not quite on the same power level. So, I'd say Lien in the Audi has a solid shot at taking this one, especially on a sprint like Okutama. But you know, sometimes those older Civics can surprise us with their quirks. Still, I'd put my money on the Audi to cross the finish line first. Let's see if I'm right. Alright folks, the race is on at a Okutama sprint, and leading the charge is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2016 Opel Astra TCR, starting on pole. Let's see if he can keep that position, or if the others will have something to say about it. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead, with Lien Yashin right behind in second. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Yama Priest and Pippi Langstrump are nose to tail for fourth place. Everlasting Apex and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for fifth. Maya and Penske Motorsport are swapping positions in a tight scrap for seventh. Yama Priest just gained one spot and is now in fourth place. Exclusivo Gox moved up to 10th. Drua Fals is now in 15th. Looks like some steady climbing. Everlasting Apex is holding on to the 5th spot, but Pippi Langstrump is right behind, ready to pounce. Dietertz and Matthew Sorsrex are locked in a close fight for the 17th position. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th place. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are nose-to-nose for 6. Deitherts and Mathusaurus Rex are neck-and-neck for 17. Maya just overtook Penske Motorsport to take 7th place. They're nose-to-tail now, so expect some more action soon. Maya just overtook Pippi Langström to move into 6th place. The fight for 6th is heating up with both racers neck and neck. Truarfals and Balsamic Vintu 183 are still locked in a close duel for 14th. Deitherts is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, which is quite the underdog here. Looks like their race is not going well, sitting in last place and lapping almost a second slower than the leader. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langström and Penske are nose-to-nose for that spot. Truarfals is closing in on Skolbusterstedt, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Pippi Langström is climbing to 7th place. Balsamic Vintu and 183 is closing the gap on Truarfals, now just over a second behind. The battle between Balsamic Vintu 183 and Truarfals for 14th place is heating up. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Yachi Swishman 33 just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langström and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for that spot. Meanwhile, New for Life and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 8th. Vargala Svet is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, quite a bit behind the leaders. Lian Yashin and Amy are neck and neck for 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Yama Priest, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lian Yesishin is now in 2nd place, climbing up 1 spot. Everlasting Apex has also moved up 1 spot into 4th place. Yama Priest is climbing to 4th place. Maya is now in 5th. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the gap to Everlasting Apex by 2.30 seconds. New for Life just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like the race for 7th is heating up with New for Life and Penske Motorsport neck and neck. Meanwhile, Pippi Langström and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Things are getting interesting. Wow, Hingle Mate Kringleberry just took the win. Clearly they're unstoppable. Someone's been practicing their sprinting skills. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry did an amazing job out there. Congrats on the win. Truly a masterclass in racing today. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap, earning herself that sweet 2007 Honda Civic FA. Hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Lian Yashin also did fantastic, winning the bet race and claiming a shiny 2017 Audi RS. Free TCR. Sounds like there's some serious bragging rights heading your way. Great race, everyone. This is getting more exciting with every lap. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling. Rallycross circuits like Los Arcos are all about sharp turns and sudden changes in direction, so a car that can nimble its way through tight corners and maintain control at high speeds is key. Power is nice, but if your car can't stick to the road and handle the tricky sections, you'll be left in the dust. So, steerability and responsiveness are what I'd prioritize here. Alright, everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make it count. The countdown is almost over, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate the race. Oh wow, this is quite the mismatch, isn't it? The old-school charm of that Mercedes-Benz W196 against the modern muscle of the Lexus. Honestly, I'd say Hingle McCringleberry's Lexus has the edge here, because it's newer, probably more agile, and built for speed. Maya's classic Mercedes is a beauty, but might struggle with the tight corners and quick turns of Los Arcos Rallycross. So, I'm placing my bets on Hingle, and that sleek Lexus taking the win in this one. But hey, maybe Maya's vintage will pull off a surprise and leave us all stunned. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Los Arcos Rallycross, and guess who's on pole? It's Pippi Langstrom, driving a classic 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196 Top L. This car could probably tell some stories from back in the day. Penske Motorsport has shot to the front, leading the pack. Pippi Langstrom is holding strong in second, while Newforlife is hanging in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Cloudy's climbing up to third place. Dank, Nuggins and its Bumblebee are nose-to-nose for fifth. Yunus Gottlieds and its Sarar are locked in a close fight for ninth. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dank Nuggins is gaining ground, now in 5th. Amy is also making progress, moving up to 11th. Maya is currently in 12th place with a Mercedes-Benz W196 from 1954. Looks like she's holding steady but needs a few overtakes to climb higher. The F1 and 1950 cars are leading, probably thanks to their speed and agility on this track. Vintage and retro street cars are hanging around mid-pack, likely struggling with handling or acceleration. Modern street cars are mostly behind, maybe less suited for this circuit's demands. Dank Nuggins is in a 2009 Lexus IS, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Amy's car is a Mercedes-Benz W196 from 1954. She's currently in 11th place and has a fastest lap of 50.68 seconds. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Ingela Kringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Eunice Gottliebs is narrowing the gap to Lockjong 7 by 1.3 seconds. Maya and Potsors are neck and neck for 7th place. Ingela Kringleberry is closing in on Amy quickly, shrinking the gap by over a second and a half. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Looks like she's on a roll. Amy is now in 9th, inching closer to the front. Ingela Kringleberry's car is a 2009 Lexus ISF, running in the modern street cars class. They're currently in the 13th place, which suggests a tough race so far but still in the mix. Ingela Kringleberry is driving a 2009 Lexus IS. Looks like they're battling for mid-pack, currently in 12th place. Not bad, but plenty of room to improve. Its Bumblebee is driving a retro street car, a 1978 BMW M 1.0. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady with a lap time of 50.601 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like they're back to showing everyone how it's done. Well played. Wow, big congratulations to Penske Motorsport on winning the race. They really showed everyone how it's done today. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some awesome cars, Penske Motorsport, since you got the fastest lap, you get the vintage 2000 Aeros at 21 from F1 2000. And for me, Since I won the bet race, I get to claim the classic 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196 from F1950. Looks like we're all taking home some pretty legendary rides today. Here's a fun fact for you all: vintage supercars are like the rock stars of racing history with their sleek designs and roaring engines. They might not be winning today, but back in the day they set some serious standards and made everyone's jaw drop when they hit the track. Plus, they're the reason we get all those beautiful classic car posters in our garages. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so if you want your favorite car to race, now's the time to shout it out. Don't miss your chance to see which machine will dominate the track. Hurry up, or you'll have to watch The Leftovers. Oh, this is a classic battle of muscle cars, isn't it? The Pontiac GTO from 1965 has that raw vintage charm and probably a lot of horsepower under the hood. But it's also pretty heavy, and it might struggle a bit on those high-speed turns. The Ford Mustang Mach-1 from 1971 is a legendary muscle car too, known for its agility and power, which might give it a slight edge on the superspeedway. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Mustang just because the newer design tends to handle better at high speeds, even if it's only a few years newer. But hey, in an AI race, anything can happen. It's a toss-up, but I'll put my chips on the Mustang for the win. Alright folks, the race is underway at Indianapolis Superspeedway, and Flinchy Car 21 is starting on pole in the 1970 Dodge Challenger RT. This vintage beast is definitely making a statement right from the start. Flinchy Car 21 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Deserts is right behind in second place. Trifanani 3 is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Cloudy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 14. Trifaninity 3 just snuck into second place. Leon Yashin is also moving up, now in 4th. Trifananity 3 and Flinchy Car 21 are nose-to-nose at the front. Anarchizix just sneaked into the top 5. Yes, Hingman Kringleberry and DCC KBZ Rogers are locked in a close fight for 6th. Okinabaka is climbing fast, now in 21st place. Trifananity 3 is holding the lead at the top. Deserts is closing in on Flinchy Car 21, the gap shrinking nicely. The battle for second place is heating up, Looks like a close finish coming. Defense is climbing to second place. Looks like they're on a roll. Botgamoning is also moving up to 8th. Not bad. Sotsfired and Schmerzenlive are nose to nose for 9th. This could get interesting. Lian Yashin is blazing ahead, now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Defense is having a tough time, dropping 20 positions to 22nd. Penske Motorsport is climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 26th. New for Life is charging through the field, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Gifanunity 3 is closing in on Flinchikutwani 1, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and DCC Kibi Zerugers are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Botgamoning is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is making a big move, passing 9 cars to settle into 12. Okinabaka is also on the rise, overtaking 3 to reach 15. Trifonanti 3 closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by a second and a tenth. Botgamoning has climbed 1 spot to take 3rd place. Flinchikutwani 1 and Botgamoning are nose to nose for 3rd, so expect some fireworks soon. Cloudy is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Aerotech is making a move, now 19. Trihat Triat is gaining ground, now 22. Hingle McCringleberry and Flinchikutwani are nose to tail for 4th place. Schmerzenlive is slicing into Hingle McCringleberry's rear bumper, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Netrixco and DCKB Zerugers are locked in a fierce scrap for 7th place. Aerotech is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach 15. Botgamoning just nudged into 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making progress, now in 4th. Gaming to Fight Cancer is on the charge, climbing 3 spots to 15. Anarchy 6 is dropping back 6 places to 19. Schmerzenlive is gaining 1 position to 5th. Schmerzenlive and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Violetta Mama is on a tear, climbing up to 5th place after overtaking 16 cars. Anarchizix is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 25th. Lian Yashin is gaining on Botgamoning, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in on Botgamoning, chopping the gap by over 5 seconds. Sotsfied is on the move, passing 3 cars to grab 7th place. Yum Chubby Panda is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 21st. Botgamoning is gaining fast on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 7.2 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is also closing in on Okinabaka at the same rate. And Maya is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 14th place. Congratulations to Lee Nyashin on winning the race at Indianapolis Superspeedway. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Yep. Wow, Lee Nyashin taking the victory. Great job. That was an impressive finish. Looks like all those hours of tuning paid off. Congratulations, Lian. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are so lightweight and nimble that they could probably outrun a cheetah in a straight line? Well, not literally, but their tiny frames and powerful engines make them pretty quick and a whole lot of fun to watch. It's like watching a tiny rocket zipping around the track. Oh, what a matchup. On one side, we have Lee Nyashin in the classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. That car's got some vintage charm, but in a race dominated by raw speed and agility, it might struggle against its modern counterpart. And then there's Hingle McCringleberry in the 1966 McLaren M1B. That car's a real beast, and while it's only a year newer, it's known for better handling and a more powerful engine. Given the car's specs, I'd say Hingle's McLaren has the edge here. The race will likely come down to who can handle the twists and turns better, and I think the modern engineering will give Hingle a noticeable advantage. But hey, with AI driving these beauties, anything can happen. Maybe the end will surprise us with some vintage flair. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Ennapergusa, and leading the pack right out of the gate is Lee Nyashin in the vintage class, driving a classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. Looks like a blast from the past on the front line. Lee Nyashin is leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry is in second. And I'm holding on to third place for now. Let's see if I can hold that position, or if someone else wants to take a shot. Penske Motorsport and Will for Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Relaxed View just gained a spot to 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Relaxed View are now fighting for 10th place. Penske Motorsport just nudged into 6th place. New for Life and Penske Motorsport still locked in a tight fight for that spot. Crazy Sweet Butt climbing up to 10th, making moves. Penske Motorsport is dropping back to 12th place. New for Life is climbing to 6th place. Yama Priest is moving up to 7th. Welt Cabanona is on a tier, climbing 11 places to 3rd. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 1st after just one move up. Eager Knight is making progress, now in 14th after moving up one spot. Leanne Yashin and Wild Cabanoni are nose-to-nose at the front. Blinchik 21 is climbing to 8th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is also moving up to 10th. Yama Priest is on a tier, climbing 8 places to 5th. Yan Yashin is now in 1st, holding that top spot. Inga McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, now in 2nd. Amy is now in 5th place. Blinchik 41 has climbed to 7th. Crazy Sweet Butt is in 8th. Dehi Persevan is climbing to 9th place. Relaxed View is right behind in 10th. Penske Motorsport is making a move, now in 11th. Penske Motorsport and Relaxed View are nose to tail for 10th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 10th place. Wild Cabanona is closing in on a Generate, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Laricel is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane. They're currently in the 12th place, so not quite in the hunt, but still hanging around. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Penske Motorsport is driving a vintage Cooper Type 61 Monaco, and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Amy is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, now just a second behind. Day Hyper 7 is right on Crazy Sweet Butt's tail, less than 2 seconds apart. The battle for 8th place is heating up with those two. Amy is climbing to 4th place. Blinchik 21 is also moving up to 6th. Crazy Sweet Butt and No for Life are battling fiercely for 7th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is advancing to 6th place. New for Life is currently in 6th place with a Porsche 906 from 1966. Their fastest lap is 1:58.491. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Leanne is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like she's in control and cruising to victory. Leanne is holding the lead comfortably and has the fastest lap, so she's in a strong position to stay ahead. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on me, closing the gap by 142 seconds. The Hyper 7 and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce battle for 9th place, while Kevin Owen is creeping up on Again, also closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Congratulations, Lian Yaishin. You really sped your way to the top. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Lian Yashin for taking the race and smashing the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. You definitely earned that vintage Cooper Type 61 Monaco tile. And a shout out to Pippi Langstrom for the most overtakes. Your skills on the track are undeniable. Time to claim that 1966 McLaren M1BE. Great job to both of you. It's always exciting to see such fierce competition. Sure thing. Did you know that the Okutama reverse track has a really tricky hairpin turn that catches even the most experienced drivers off guard? It's like the road decided to keep its secrets hidden until you're right there trying to navigate it. Makes for some exciting racing moments. Hey Simpler Markers! Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see these cars race their digital hearts out. Sit back, enjoy the chaos, and maybe pick a favorite. If you can decide which AI is the coolest. Alright everyone, listen up. If you want to see your favorite car in this AI race, just type mark race followed by the number of the car you like from the list on the left. If you're torn between a couple of options, no worries. Send in multiple mark race commands for each of your picks, and one will be chosen at random. Just remember, for each car you want in the race, you need to type mark race again. Get those commands in and let's see which car comes out on top. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you've locked in, just type !car in the chat. It's that simple! Give it a try and see your lineup. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the fun. Go ahead and make your pick before the race starts. Alright. So King Root is in a 2011 Lola B1180 HPD, and Amy is cruising in a 2000 Ferrari F3333. Both are pretty impressive machines, but very different in their character and performance style. The Lola is known for its engineering finesse, and maybe a bit more modern tech, even if it's a few years older. The Ferrari, on the other hand, with its racing pedigree and focus on straight-line speed, might have the edge in raw power. Utama Reverse is a tricky track with sharp turns and elevation changes, which favors a car with good handling and agility. The Ferrari is likely to excel in those tight corners, thanks to its lighter weight and snappy responsiveness. The Lola might have the advantage in high-speed sections but could struggle a tad in the more technical bits. If I had to pick a winner based purely on the cars and the track, I'd lean towards Amy in the Ferrari. It's like giving her a slight edge in maneuverability and speed. But hey, surprises happen, especially when AI is involved. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, a big thank you to Amy for the race request. The cars are revving up on the Akutama reverse track, and leading the pack is Cloudsurfer 69 in pole position, driving a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0. 960 in the LMP. Let's see how this one unfolds. Cloudsurfer 69 has taken an early lead, with New for Life right behind in second. I am holding my position in third, trying to keep up. The race is just getting heated. Sasatur just made a bold move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to second place. Edzos 21 is also on the rise, passing 4 cars to reach 6th. And look at Maya going for the lead, climbing 2 spots to take first place. Things are heating up. Mr. Roche is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 7. Pippi Langstrup is catching up, overtaking 6 cars to reach 12. England McCringleberry is also making moves, moving up 2 spots to 10. Pippi Langstrup and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Simple Markers and AP Tiered are also neck and neck for 13. New for Life is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by 17.7 seconds. Cloudsurfer 69 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Cloudsurfer 69 and Zasatur are locked in a tight battle for 2nd. Zimplemarkers is on the move, climbing 3 places to 11. La Roche is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 12. Edzos 21 is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 16. Gingrich is gaining on Zasatur, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 6th place. Lian Yesin is catching Hingle McCringleberry, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Simple Markers is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, and has cut the gap by over a second. They are battling hard for 10th place. Everlasting Apex has gained 1 position, and is now in 14th. Mr. Roche is gaining on Kingrut, closing the gap by 130 seconds. J-Dale Bacon is making a move on Zombush 86, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Lyra Shea and Simplamarkers are locked in a fierce duel for 11th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining on Maya pretty quickly now. Everlasting Apex just moved up one spot to 13. Exhaust 21 is closing the gap on Upper Dope by a solid 2 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining ground on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kingrit has climbed one spot to 3rd place. Mr. Roche is closing in on Zassatur, narrowing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Mr. Roche is closing in on Zassatur, cutting the gap by 1 second. J-Dale Bacon is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is making a move to 9th. J-Dale Bacon is leading with the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the zone. Expect him to try to extend that gap early. Cloud Surfer 69 and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Mr. Roche is gaining on Zassatur, closing the gap to just over a second. Upper Dope is right behind Exhaust 21, inching closer with every lap. Dive. Mr. Roche is gaining on Zassatur, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 10th place. Simplamarkers and Everlasting Apex are battling it out for 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 takes the lead, now in 1st place. Kingrit is hot on their heels in 2nd. Zassatur is closing the gap on Maya, shrinking it by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Lian Yashin, with a 1 second reduction. Simplamarkers and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Mr. Roche and Zassatur are nose to nose for 4th place. Everlasting Apex has gained 1 spot, now 9. Lyra Shea also up 1, now 11. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and Everlasting Apex are still neck and neck for 9th. Exhaust 21 is making progress to 13. J-Dale Bacon is closing in on Zassatur, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lyra Shea has climbed 2 spots to take 9th place. Everlasting Apex and Lyra Shea are in a close fight for 9th. Maya is gaining on Kingrit, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. New for Life and Upper Dope are locked in a fierce duel for the 14th spot. Ingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Amy's lead, now just 1 second behind. J-Dale Bacon is gaining on Zassatur, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up, now in 10th. Mr. Roche is climbing to 3rd place. Zassatur is catching up to Maya and has cut the gap by over 3 seconds. J-Dale Bacon is closing in on Zassatur, narrowing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is really closing the gap on Lian Yashin, just 2.7 seconds behind now. Penske Motorsport has gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Exhaust 21 is rapidly catching up to Pippi Langström, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Apridope is gaining on Exhaust 21, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Simplimakers has moved up one spot to take the 16th position. Kingrut is almost on the tail of Cloudsurfer 69 now. Penske Motorsport is creeping closer to Everlasting Apex. Pippi Langström is gaining ground on Penske Motorsport. Things are heating up in the midfield. Jade Bacon is closing in on Zasater and has cut the gap by 1.8 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Lian Yashin and has reduced the distance by 1.7 seconds. Newforlife is climbing up the field and has moved into the 13th position. Maya is gaining on Mr. Roche, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. DJ Del Bacon is catching Zasater, also trimming the distance by 1.4 seconds. Newforlife has climbed one spot and is now in 12th place. Zasater is gaining on Maya fast, just 3.7 seconds behind now. Everlasting Apex and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for 8th place. Le Rocher is chopping down Exhaust 21's lead, now only 1.7 seconds apart. Maya is closing in on Zasater rapidly, now just a few seconds behind. Zasater is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving others in the dust. Lian Yashin is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by nearly 9 seconds. The race is heating up with positions shifting fast. Zasater is now just a second behind Kingrut. Newforlife has climbed into 10th place. Exhaust 21 has moved into 12th. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Zombush 86 and closing the gap quickly. Apridope is inching closer to Exhaust 21. Mr. Roche is making a strong move on Le Rocher, closing the distance by 2 seconds. J. Bacon just overtook someone to move into 4th place. J. Bacon and Zasater are nose to nose for 3rd. Naya and DJ Dale Bacon are also battling for 4th. Looks like a busy section. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Apridope is catching up to Exhaust 21, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Zombush 86 is closing in fast on me, just 6.9 seconds behind. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 13.7 seconds. J. Bacon has moved up one spot to claim 3rd place. Kingrut is almost on Cloudsurfer 69's tail now. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 10th place. Exhaust 21 is closing in on Newforlife, gaining a lot of ground. Gija Bacon is gaining on Kingrut, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Zombush 86 is sneaking up on Maya, and has chipped away at the gap by just over a second. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Zombush 86, narrowing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Zombush 86, just a second behind now. They're really battling for 6th place. New for Life is closing the gap on Penske Motorsport by a solid 1.5 seconds. Things are heating up in the midfield. Maya is gaining on Zasater, closing the gap to just over a second. Zombush 86 is right behind Maya, now within a second as well. Appy Dope is making a move on Edsauce 21, cutting the distance by over 2 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing to 5th place. Everlasting Apex is now 6th. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by over a second. Kingrut is gaining on Cloudsurfer 69, closing the gap by just over a second. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th place. Lian Yashin is making her way to 7th. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Zasater, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. New for Life is inching closer to Lian Yashin, not giving up yet. APR Dope is also closing in on Edsauce 21. Looks like a battle for position is brewing. Everlasting Apex is now just behind Zasater, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Lian Yashin and might be looking for an overtake soon. Appy Dope is gaining on Edsauce 21 and could be right on their tail shortly. Zombush 86 is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Pippi Langstrom is inching closer to Nebu for Life, not letting up. Appy Dope is really closing in on Edsauce 21. Looks like a battle is brewing. New for Life is gaining ground on Lian Yashin, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, but still a bit behind. New for Life is gaining on Lian Yashin and is now just a second behind. Penske Motorsport is closing the gap on me and is now less than a second away. Hey, Thrubby Rub. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI racing action. Sit tight, it's about to get intense. G. Del Bacon is closing in on Kingrut, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life is making a move to 7th. APR Dope is gaining on Edsauce 21, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 16th place. No for Life is gaining on Zombush 86, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Penske Motorsport is creeping up on Amy, but still a bit behind. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap time among the Mazda drivers, and a position in the middle of the pack. La Roche is catching up to AP Dope, and now only a second behind. Amy is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, and is now less than a second away. La Roche is driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960. She's currently in 12th place and has the fastest lap time of the race so far among the top contenders. Looks like she's pushing hard. Zombush 86 is really on the hunt, closing the gap to New for Life by 12 seconds. G-Jetta Bacon is chipping away at King Grit, narrowing it down by 3 seconds. Exhaust 21 just made a move, climbing up 1 spot to 8th place. New for Life is really closing in on Sasatura, cutting the gap by 230 seconds. Abiyar Dope is gaining on Exhaust 21, closing the distance by 1.9 seconds. La Roche just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading in a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. They're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like smooth sailing for now. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Mazda B0986. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap of over 2 minutes 9 seconds, and they are currently in the 16th place. Everlasting Apex is now just behind DJ Dale Bacon, closing the distance significantly. No View for Life is gaining on Dasacha, inching closer. Exhaust 21 is narrowing the gap, with Zombush 86 making moves. GJL Bacon is gaining on King Grit, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Exhaust 21 is narrowing the distance to Zombush 86 by just over a second. La Roche is creeping closer to AP Dardote, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. AP Dardote is climbing to 8th place. Mr. Roche is catching up to La Roche, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Lien Yashin is sneaking up on Pippi Langstrom, narrowing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing to 6th place. Apiardope is now 7th. La Roche is making a move to 8th, jumping 2 spots. Yasatura is driving a 29.9 Mazda B0986. They started in 3rd and are currently in 6th, so they've lost a couple of positions but still hanging in the top 10. Sasatur is gaining fast on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Apradope is inching closer to Zombush 86, not giving up yet. Amy is narrowing the distance to Hingle McCringleberry. This race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. They're currently in the 14th place, and their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Pippi Langstrom is gaining fast on Mr. Rush, closing the gap by 14.6 seconds. G. Del Bacon is inching closer to King Root by 3.2 seconds. Zombush 86 is catching up to Zasatur by 3.8 seconds. DJ Del Bacon is gaining on King Root, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Appia Dope is catching Zombush 86, closing by 1.6 seconds. Lyra Shea is sneaking up on AP Dope, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 5th place. Apitar Dope is narrowing the distance to Zasatur by 3.5 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Lin Yashin with a 1.5 second gain. Lian Yashin is driving the Mazda B0986. She's currently in 12th place, battling to move up. Her lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so she's got some ground to make up. Everlasting Ipex is gaining on DJ Dale Bacon fast, closing the gap by 8 seconds. King Root has just overtaken someone to take the lead. New Road for a Life is inching closer to Lin Yashin, chipping away at that 1 second gap. Zasatur is catching up to Zombush 86 and is now just a second behind. Lara Shea is closing in on AP Tope and the gap is shrinking fast. New for Life is gaining on Lian Yashin, but still has some ground to make up. DJ Della Bacon is hot on Cloud Surfer 69's tail, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Apid Dope is inching closer to Zasatur, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Le Rache is catching up to APR Dope, also reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. APR Dope is gaining on Zasatur, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Simplamarcus is right behind Edsosta 21, closing in by over 2 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is now just a second behind King Root. No for Life is catching up to Lian Yashin and closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Amy is also closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, matching that 2-second reduction. Lyrache is gaining fast on AP Dope, just 7.6 seconds behind. Maya is closing in on Simplamarcus, now only 9.9 seconds apart. Move for Life is creeping closer to Lian Yashin, just 2.1 seconds between them. Apiar Dope is gaining on Zasatur, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is catching up to King Root, narrowing it down by 2.5 seconds. JJL Bacon is sneaking up on Cloud Surfer 69, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Mr. Roche is gaining on Le Rochai, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrump and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Simple Marcus is making a move on Edzos 21, closing in by 2.3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is inching closer to me, reducing the distance by 1 second. Cloud Surface 69 is gaining on Kingrit, closing the gap to just over a second. Yasa Tour is hot on Zombush 86's tail, closing in quickly. Apiadope is right behind Exacator, inching closer with every lap. Cloud Surface 69 has taken the lead, now in first place. Zasator is gaining on Zombush 86, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off a second and a half. Kingroot better watch out. DJ Del Bacon is catching up fast. Everlasting Apex is right behind DJ Del Bacon now, closing the gap quickly. DJ Del Bacon is gaining on Kingroot, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Jasa Tour is inching closer to Zombush 86, narrowing it by nearly 2 seconds. Larache is creeping up on AP Dope, cutting the distance by just over 1 second. New for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrump and has closed the gap by 1/4 seconds. Simple Marcus is catching up to Edzos 21 and has closed the gap by 2.2 seconds. Apidope and Zazatur are nose to tail for 6th place. Lian Yashin is inching closer to Novu Falai, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Simple Marcus is creeping up on Edzos 21, chipping away at the lead by a little over a second. Gasatur is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time of over 2 minutes and 7 seconds suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Everlasting Apex is now just behind DJ Dale Bacon. Looks like a pass could happen soon. New for Life is catching up to Pippi Langstrump, not much in it anymore. And Amy is right on the tail of Hingle McCringleberry, closing in fast. Jadal Bacon is gaining on King Root, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Everlasting Apex is chipping away at DJ Del Bacon, narrowing it by 1.3 seconds. Gasatura just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Apridope just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Gasatura and APR Dope are nose to nose for 5th position. Larache is also climbing, now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrump is racing a 2000 Ferrari F333. P. They're currently in the last half of the field and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest lap is the slowest among the Ferrari runners. Appy Dope is driving a 2011 Lola B1180 HPD. They're currently in 6th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is a 23.452, so they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Lian Yeshin is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. She's currently in 13th place and seems to be struggling a bit with the pace, as her lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Le Reche is closing in on Sassiter, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 9th place. Sombush 86 is also moving up, now in 10th. Le Reche is gaining fast on Sassiter. The gap is shrinking by 7.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Mr. Roche, cutting down the distance by 6.2 seconds. Kingrid is inching closer to Cloud Surfer 69, just over 1 second behind now. Exhaust 21 is gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by over 8 seconds. Simplamakas is hot on Exhaust 21's tail, closing in by 6 seconds. Dijadil Bacon is creeping up on King Grut, but only by a little over a second. Le Reche is advancing to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on New for Life by 2.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on DJ Dale Bacon, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Gatatura is hot on Le Reche's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading the race with a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Their fastest lap is a 2:1.931, so they're setting the pace. Looks like smooth sailing so far. Mr. Roche is catching up to Zasatur, but still a good distance. Pippi Langstrom is on the move, closing in on Mr. Roche quickly. Amy is making a move on Lian Yashin, closing the gap steadily. Le Reche is gaining fast on Appy Dope, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Jada Bacon is inching closer to Kingred, chipping away almost 4 seconds. Mr. Roche is creeping up on Zessatur, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Jada Bacon is right behind Kingrit now, just 1.5 seconds to go. Mr. Roche is gaining on Zasatur quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. And Amy is inching closer to Lian Yashin, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Jada Bacon is gaining on Kingrit, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Mr. Roche is closing in on Zasatur, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. No for Life is climbing up 1 spot to take the 12th position. Cesatur is gaining on Lirache, now just a second behind. Move for Life is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Mr. Rush is gaining on Cesatur, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Move for Life is catching up to Lian Yashin, narrowing the gap by 133 seconds. Del Bacon is gaining on Kingret, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lirache is inching closer to Aprido, cutting the distance by just over a second. Mr. Roche is catching up to Cesatur, narrowing the gap by a little over a second. Kingred is gaining on Cloudsurfer 69, closing the gap by 2 seconds. DJ Bacon is inching closer to Kingret, cutting it down by just over a second. Lirache is also on the move, closing in on Apridope with a similar pace. Pippi Langstrom's Ferrari F333's P is from 2000 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is a 2:748, which suggests they're holding a steady pace, but not quite challenging the top contenders. DJ Bacon is closing in on Kingret, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Mr. Rush is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is moving up to 8th place. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1999 BMW V12. LM is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 2:0.533, which is the quickest among the Mazda B0986 drivers. Looks like they're making a good push through the field. Del Bacon is climbing up to 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is now in 3rd. Move for Life is closing in on Lian Yashin fast, cutting nearly 3 seconds. Mr. Roche is gaining on Lirache, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is creeping up on Mr. Roche, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. Move for Life and Lian Yashin are locked in a fierce fight for the 11th spot. Lirache is gaining on Aprido quickly now. Cesatur just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Del Bacon is closing in on Cloudsurfer 69, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lirache is climbing up 1 spot to take 5th place. Cloudsurfer 69 is leading in a 29 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Their race looks smooth so far with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 1.9 seconds. Kingret is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Move for Life has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Aprido is gaining on Lirache, closing the gap to just over 2 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Lian Yashin, now less than a second apart. Life is gaining fast on Zombush 86, closing the distance by 10 seconds. Hingle the Kringleberry is catching up to me, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Mr. Roche, closing the gap by 3 seconds. No for Life is sneaking up on Zombush 86, narrowing it by 1.5 seconds. Larache is gaining on Kingrit, closing the distance to just 1 second. Move for Life is hot on Zombush 86's tail, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Penske Motorsport is in the 17th place driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. Up a P, their race seems to be a bit off pace, sitting behind the leaders and struggling to keep up. Lian Yashin is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. She's currently in the 12th place and her lap time is over 2 seconds slower than the fastest lap. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Kingrut advances to 3rd place. Lirache climbs to 4th. APA Dope moves into 5th. The race is heating up. Everlasting Apex is in 7th but has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. Kingrut is gaining on DJ Dale Bacon, just a second behind now. Nouveau Life is closing in on Zombush 86, the gap shrinking fast. Lirashai is gaining fast on Kingred, closing the gap by 14.7 seconds. Abby Pierre Dope is inching closer to Lirashai, cutting the distance by just over a second. Zombush 86 is catching up to Xasatur, also reducing the gap by about a second. Cloudsurfer 69 is leading in a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. They've been consistent, holding the top spot since the start with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 1.9 seconds. Looks like they're in control so far. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 9th place. Wu for Life is now in 10th. Lian Yashin has moved into 11th. Everyone's making moves today. Abia Dope is gaining on Lirashai, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Mr. Roche is inching closer to Everlasting Apex, just a little over a second behind. Zombush 86 is catching up to Pippi Langstrumpf, narrowing the distance by a couple of seconds. DJ Bacon is gaining on Cloudsurfer 69, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Kingrit is hot on DJ Dale Bacon's tail, closing in by 3.9 seconds. New for Life is creeping closer to Zombush 86, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Edzos 21 is racing a 2000 Ferrari F333 SP and is currently in the 15th place. Their fastest lap is a 27.572. So they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. DJ Bacon is gaining on Cloudsurfer 69, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Apia Dope is catching up to Lyra Shea, just a little over a second behind. Everlasting Apex is hot on Apridope's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Simpler Marcus is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, fast cutting the gap by over 8 seconds. Kingwood has climbed 1 spot to take 2nd place. Apridope has moved up 2 spots to claim 3rd. Lian Yashin is driving a Mazda B0986, which is currently in 12th place. Her fastest lap is over 8 seconds slower than the leader, so her race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. Their race seems to be struggling a bit, currently in the last quarter and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Hey MRF Society! Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action with our AI cars racing? Kangrid is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to DJ Del Bacon, just a bit over a second behind. New for Life is making a move on Zombush 86, closing nearly 3 seconds. DJ Bacon is gaining on Lyra Shy, closing the gap to just over a second. Simpler Marcus is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, inching closer by nearly 2 seconds. The reverse layout is shaking things up with overtakes happening in tight corners and straights. The faster laps are mostly from the front runners, but the track's twisty sections are giving some drivers a hard time. DJ Bacon is driving a 1999 Toyota GT 1TS020. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Kingwood is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lyrache is making a move on Apridope, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Everlasting Apex is creeping up on DJ Del Bacon, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on DJ Del Bacon, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Nabu for Life, now only 2 seconds behind. J. Del Bacon is gaining on Lyra Shy, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Pippi Langstrom is catching up to Mr. Roche quickly. Zombush 86 is right behind Pippi, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Lyra Shay is hot on Apridope's tail now. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to J. Del Bacon. Lian Yashin is gaining ground on Nufolai. Simpler Marcus is driving an Audi R8C from 1999. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be maintaining a steady pace with the fastest lap just over 2 minutes. Not bad for a car that's a bit older. the reverse layout is shaking up the order with tight corners favoring aggressive overtakes. Fast laps are crucial here to gain positions. Everlasting Apex is now just behind DJ Dale Bacon, closing in rapidly. New for Life is also gaining on Zombush 86, not letting that gap get comfortable. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading the race comfortably, with a Lola Aston Martin B0960. Their fastest lap is a 2:1.931, showing solid pace. Looks like they're in control so far. La Rache is gaining on AP Dope, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Simpla Markers is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 1.42 seconds. Cessateur is driving a 2009 Mazda B0986. They're currently in third place, but their fastest lap is over 2 minutes and 7 seconds, so they might be holding back a bit. Amy is currently in the 8th place driving a Ferrari F333SP from 2000. Her fastest lap is 2 minutes, 8.241 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. G-Dale Bacon is gaining on Lyra Shy, closing the distance by 1:30 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Zombush 86, shrinking the gap by 2.5 seconds. Cessateur is catching up to Lin Yoshin, reducing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Kingwood is catching up to Cloud Surfer 69 quickly. La Roche is closing the gap on Apogee at a decent pace. G-Dale Bacon and La Roche are nose to nose for 4th place. La Roche just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Abby Pierre Dope and La Roche are nose to tail for 3rd. Simpla Markers is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Everlasting Apex is gaining fast on DJ Del Bacon. Zombush 86 is creeping up on Pippi Langström-Pajotake. Simpla Markers is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry. Kingwood is driving a 2011 Lola B1180 HPD. He's moved up from 5th to 2nd and is showing some solid pace with his fastest lap being just under 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Looks like he's on the move. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1999 BMW V12MR and is currently in 6th place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 2:0.362. Looks like they're pushing hard and making good progress. Edsos 21 is rapidly catching Simpla Markers, closing the gap to just under 7 seconds. Appier Dope is closing in on Learshai, now only a few seconds behind. Cessateur is inching closer to Lien Yoshin, but just barely over a second behind. Kingwood is hot on Cloud Surfer 69's tail, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Zombush 86, closing it by 1.7 seconds. Amy is creeping up on Zessitor, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Wow, Clouds here for 69 took the top spot again. Guess they're really riding the clouds now. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Cloud Surfer 69 on winning the race. That was an impressive drive, I must say. You really surfed through the competition like a pro. And a big shout out to Everlasting Apex for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1999 BMW V12 LM. That's quite the prize. Looks like your racing skills are just as fast as your lap times. Well done, everyone. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't leave it to the last second or you'll miss out on all the fun. Get those selections in now. Well, it looks like we've got a classic underdog story here. The Fiat Punto Abarth for Lien sounds like a sneaky little beast with some spunk, especially on a track like Spa Vintage. Hippie's Toyota Corolla, while reliable and practical, might be a bit outmatched in the speed department. I'd say the race hinges heavily on the agility and handling, which the Punto might have the upper hand in. So, if I had to put my chips on someone, I'd lean towards Lien with the Fiat taking the win. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Spa Vintage and Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack in a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600. Looks like he's got the early advantage, but we'll see if anyone can catch up. Nonstop Society has shot off the line to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding steady in second place. Lian Yeshin is right behind in third, ready to pounce if anyone slips. Hingle McCringleberry and Nonstop Society are neck and neck for the lead. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in third place. Pippi and Hingle are trading paint for second. Rob and Lian Yeshin are nose to tail for fourth place. Penske Motorsport and Rob are locked in a fierce fight for fifth, and I am battling Penske Motorsport for sixth place. Looks like a fun little scrap. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for second place. Rob just gained a spot, now in fourth. Simplamakers and New for Life are locked in a close fight for eighth. Pippi Langstrup has overtaken Hingle McCringleberry and now sits in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is not giving up easily and stays close behind. Penske Motorsport has gained one position and is now in fifth. Designis Wu is on the move, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is losing ground, dropping 19 positions to 22. DCK Baitsia Rogerts is also struggling, falling 10 spots to 23. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Super Siggy, closing the gap by 16.7 seconds. DCK Baitsia Rogerts is making a move on Hingle McCringleberry, closing in by 11.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is now in first place, climbing up one spot. Rob is climbing up to second place now. Nonstop Society and Rob are nose to nose for that second spot. Penske Motorsport and Nonstop Society are also locked in a close fight for third. Penske Motorsport is climbing to third place. Maya and Nonstop Society are locked in a close fight for fourth. Amy is advancing to 7th. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to 10th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is closing in on Lazy Tanner, cutting the gap by over a second. Meanwhile, Baseness Art 2 and Captain Trippy are locked in a fierce duel for 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Super Siggy fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. I am moving up one spot to take 4th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is also moving up one spot, now in 11th. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 12th place. Wayne Abretsky and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 13th. Designis Wu is advancing to 17th place. Designis Wu and Theon Cleo Show are fighting for 16th. Well, look at that. Pippi Langstrup just took the victory. Guess all those adventures paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! What a performance from Pippi Langstrump! Congratulations on winning the race and claiming that shiny 2004 Toyota Corolla Dodge. Someone's going to be cruising in style. And hats off to Penske Motorsport for their impressive overtaking skills. They can proudly take home the 26 Audi A4 B7. Looks like it's a good day for car claiming. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, so make your picks quick. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these digital cars tear up the track. Get those selections in before the countdown hits 0. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. It's got that sporty edge and likely the best handling among the bunch. The others are either more practical, or just a little too laid back for a race on the Munozetas. Although, the 2019 Ford Focus ST would give it a run for its money with that turbocharged punch. Still, I'm betting the M235A will take the checkered flag, unless it somehow decides to spin out just for fun. Alright. This is quite the quirky matchup, isn't it? The Mini Cooper is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially in tight corners. It's like the squirrel of the racing world. Quick and tricky. On the other hand, the Fiat Punto Abarth has a bit of a mischievous streak with that sporty turbo engine. But with the classic charm of the 2011 model, it might be a little more on the unpredictable side. Given the track and the car's characteristics, I'd put my chips on the Mini Cooper for its maneuverability around those twists and turns. But don't count out the Punto. It could surprise us if it gets a good launch. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is on at Nemonozetas, and look at that. Maya starting at the front in her classy 28 Volvo C30. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole or if the AI has other plans. Right at the start, Maya is leading the pack, holding the first place. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Move for Life is in third, trying to keep up. The race is already heating up. Pippi Langstrump is on a roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also making moves, now in 7th after passing 3 more. Imogen Tempus is gaining ground, moving up to 15th with 3 more cars overtaken. Justin Yields is climbing to 4th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 7th. Penske Motorsport and NRF Society are locked in a close fight for 6th. Pippi Langstrump and Basenait Roux are nose to tail for 2nd place. NRF Society and the Enyoshin are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Shoot 'em Up and Penske Motorsport are trading positions for 7th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing nicely into second place. Keruvinen is also making moves up to 18th. Okinabaka and Keruvinen are nose to nose for that 18th spot. Justin Gilks is climbing to third place. Mara F Society is also moving up, now in 5th. Lian Yashin and Na F Society are nose to nose for 5th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Shoot 'em up and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 8. Imogen Tempus and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close duel for 13. Maya is currently in 6th place and closing in on the pack ahead. Imogen Tempus just gained a spot and is now in 13. Penske Motorsport and Amy are still nose to tail for 7. Ya boy Rwanda is closing in on the top 10 now. Axo Assis is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Amy just gained a spot and is now 7. Ai Rafael and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are neck and neck for the 15th spot. Story Forge and Okinabaka are locked in a close fight for 19th. Marif Society is climbing to 4th place. Kerry Ruvinen is now in 16th. Dude Smokey a Blunt has also moved up to 17. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 7. Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 14. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 7th place. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are locked in a tight fight for that spot. Story Forge is gaining ground, moving up to 18th. Ya boy Rwanda is climbing up to 9th place. Duda Smokey a Blunt is chipping away at Keruvinen's lead, closing the gap by over a second. The track seems to favor the TCA cars with the top 3 spots all from that class, especially the Volvo C30 leading comfortably. The WTC cars are spread out, indicating the track might be challenging for them to keep consistent pace. Alright everyone, it looks like the AI had a bit of a rough time navigating the track today, so we're calling it early. Don't worry though. The points for this race have already been tallied up, so everyone's standings are set. Thanks for hanging in there and stay tuned for the next race, where hopefully the cars will behave a little better. Ya boy Rwanda is now in 8th place. Amy is climbing to 5th place. Ai Rafael is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well done on that spectacular performance. And special shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. That means Maya can proudly claim a 2008 Volvo C30 in the TCA category category. Pretty sweet prize for such a stellar drive. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Dijon-Prenois is a pretty twisty circuit with lots of sharp corners. You need a car that can grip well and respond quickly to those sudden direction changes. Braking performance is also crucial since the track demands precise deceleration before some tricky turns. Top speed isn't as important here as being able to cut through corners smoothly and maintain control. So, a car with excellent suspension and steering response would be my top choice for winning this race. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and once it hits 0, you're going to be stuck with whatever's left. So, get those selections in before the race begins, or you might end up with a car that's more of a tortoise than a hare. Don't make me choose for you! Oh wow! This is a classic muscle car showdown for the ages. The Pontiac GTO is known for its raw power and aggressive stance, while the Dodge Charger Daytona has that iconic aerodynamic design and a reputation for speed. Honestly, it's a tough call, but I'd put my money on the Charger Daytona. It's got that slippery shape, perfect for slicing through the air, which could give it a slight edge in this race. But hey, never count out the GTO, especially on a track like Dijon where handling can make a difference. I'm just here to watch these beasts tear up the road and see which one revs its engine to victory first. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Dijon-Prenois, and leading the pack is Bocchizero and a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro ZEV 28. Looks like the 70s supercar legend is ready to cause some chaos right from the start. Bocchizero has shot off the line to take the lead. Lynn Lilac is holding strong in second place, and Hellskank is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Lynn Lilac just overtook for the lead. Bocchizero is not giving up easily. They're nose to nose at the front. Lazy Towner and Hellskank are also locked in a close fight for third. Lazy Towner is now in third place. Hellskank and Lazy Towner are still battling for that position. I am moving up to 7th place, closing in. Lazy Towner is now in 2nd place. Bocchizero and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 2nd. Lian Yashin has climbed 2 spots to 6th. Bocchizero is leading the race in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot pretty comfortably so far. Romy Fist 13 just overtook Hellskank and is now in the 4th place. Looks like those two are locked in a close fight for that position. Lazy Towner just snatched the lead from Lin Lilac. They're now battling for first place. Rumi Fist 13 and Butchie Zero are nose-to-nose for third. The race is heating up at the top. Rumi Fist 13 is climbing to third place. Hellskank and Butchie Zero are locked in a close fight for fourth. Waffling Godders is advancing to ninth. Lin Lilac just overtook Lazy Towner for the lead. They are now battling for first place. Hellskank has gained one position and is closing in on the top three. Buchitsero just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Lian Yashin and Hellskank are still neck and neck for fifth. Damastati Gamanin 1000 is climbing up to 15. Waffling Godders is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi, a classic muscle car. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Lin Lilac is leading the race in a vintage 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28.8. Their pace looks flawless with the fastest lap time showing a perfect score. The race seems to be a walk in the park for them so far. Lazy Towner is now in first place. Hippie Langstrumpf is in 10th. No for Life is in 13th. The race is heating up. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing to 9th place. No for Life is advancing to 12th. Josh Biosh and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 14th. New Woo for Life is gaining on Hingle McCringle very quickly, closing the gap by over a second. Demaster Tagama 9000 just climbed one spot to sit in the 15th position. Demaster Tagama 9000 and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Super B. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wow, Lazy Towner actually won the race. Guess even the slowest can surprise us sometimes. Well done. Wow, Lazy Towner, you really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win, you totally earned it. And big shout out to Woo for Life for winning the bet race. You can now claim that classic 1969 Pontiac GTO. A true vintage beast. Hippie Langstrumpf, you really put on a show with those overtakes. You've earned yourself the 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona. A true icon of vintage street cars. Great race, everyone! Did you know the 1970 Ford Escort Mark I was actually a pretty popular choice for rally racing back in the day? It earned a reputation for being nimble and reliable, making it a favorite among both amateur and professional drivers. Plus, it helped Ford snag some major rally victories, so it's kind of a legend in those circles. Not too shabby for a little car that started out as a modest family hatchback. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. Make your picks quick before the AI cars get all the glory. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, so we've got Amy in a classic Mercedes from 1971, and Hingle McCringleberry in a 1966 Chevy Nova S. Both are pretty legendary in their own right but very different beasts. The Mercedes is known for its luxury and smoothness but might be a bit heavyweight for racing. The Nova SS, on the other hand, is all about raw muscle and that vintage American speed. Given this track is Hocalalum Lago Antihorario, which I believe is a winding and challenging route, I'd say Hingle's in the best position to take advantage of that raw power. Amy's Mercedes might struggle with the tight corners despite its comfort. So, I'd put my chips on Hingle for a solid race win. Unless Amy pulls out some unexpected vintage charm and employs some clever driving. But honestly, I'm betting on the muscle car to dominate today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Huachilalayum Largo Antihoreo track. Our very own Group 3 car, the classic 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS, is starting from the front row. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the new kids on the block. The race kicks off with Penske Motorsport leading the pack, followed closely by me in second place and Pippi Langstrom holding strong in third. Ingmil McCringleberry is holding on to fifth place, but Amy is right behind. Jacinda Box just gained one spot and is now in 8th. Lotusos is climbing fast, now in 10th after moving up 2 spots. Lian Yeshin has just gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Amy and Lian are nose to nose fighting for 6th place. Athena, CNC and D. Joan Wolf are locked in a close duel for 11th. Amy just sneaked into 6th place. Athena CNC is climbing to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of New for Life to take the 4th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Lotusos just overtook someone to take 9th place. Lotusos and Jacinda Box are nose to nose for 8th. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 10th. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Lian Yashin just bumped up to 6th. Looks like she's on a mission. Ogswolfi is closing the gap on Lotusos, now just 140 seconds behind. Ogswolfi and Lotusos are locked in a tight duel for 9th place. Oakswolfie climbs to 9th place. Joan Wolf advances to 11th place. Athena CNC and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for 11th. Naturally Unlucky is driving a 1964 Abarth 850T Corsa, a tiny but nimble car. Looks like their race might be a bit unlucky so far, sitting in the last spot with no recorded lap time. Maya is now in 12th place, so she's definitely not winning any races today. Hingle Me Kringleberry has climbed to 3rd, inching closer to the front. New for Life is right behind in 4th, making it a tight battle for those podium spots. Exoisis is climbing up to 12th place. Naturalian Unlucky is right behind at 13. Looks like they're playing leapfrog. Athena CNC is driving a Volkswagen Karmann Ghia from 1967. They're currently in 12th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of over 1:30. It looks like they're having a tough race so far. Amy's Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL is running quite a bit slower than the leaders, sitting in 7th place. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the top Group 3 cars. Joan Wolf advances to 9th place. Joan Wolf and Oakswolfie are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is closing the gap on Naturally Unlucky by 3.7 seconds. Lian Yashin is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Oakswolfie is catching Jacksinderbox, narrowing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Oakswolfie and Jacksinderbox are battling it out for 7th place. Lotusos is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is catching Naturally Unlucky, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Amy's driving a 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300 EL, which is a luxury sedan, not exactly built for speed. She's currently in 7th place and quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Joan Wolf is driving a 1963 Lancia Fulvia, a classic Italian beauty. Their race seems steady but slow compared to the leaders, sitting in the 10th spot. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to the top. Well done! Wow, what a race. Huge congratulations to Penske Motorsport for taking the win. That was some impressive driving. And they also snagged the fastest lap. Seriously, they're on fire today. They can now claim the classic 1966 Shelby GT350 from Group 3. Also, big shout out to Hingle Me Kringleberry for winning the bet race. That's some skill right there. They get to take home the vintage 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS, also from Group 3. Who knew AI racing could be this exciting? Stay tuned for more car chaos. Sure thing. Did you know that the Macau Gia circuit is known for its mix of high-speed straights and tight, twisty corners? It's like a roller coaster for cars. Its mix of challenging turns and the famous steep climb up to the Mandarin Corner makes it one of the most exciting and nerve-wracking street circuits in the world. It's practically a playground for daring drivers and a nightmare for anyone who values their paint job. Oh wow. These are some real classics going head to head. The Porsche 909 Bergspider is a lightweight, nimble little beast, known for its agility and raw driving experience. On the other hand, the Nissan R3802 is a bit more of a brute, with possibly more power, but maybe less finesse around those tight Macau turns. If I had to pick, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge on a technical and twisty track like Macau because of its agility. But the Nissan could surprise us with raw speed. It's a close call. But I'll bet the Porsche will just barely come out ahead. This is going to be close. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Macau Gia track, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup, in a classic 1966 McLaren 1B. Looks like vintage style is reigning at the front. Let's see if she can hold that pole position. The race kicks off with Pippi Langstrup leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place, and New for Life holding on to third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Lian Yashin is now in second place, climbing 2 spots. Amy and Lian Yashin are nose-to-tail fighting for second. Renault T4 has moved up 1 spot into 6th. Renault T4 and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close duel for 5th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pippi Langstrup with a 1-second gain. Renault T4 has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Thomas Moran has climbed 2 spots to 13th. Justin Gilks is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro Dodo. They're currently in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 16th place. Looks like a steady race so far. No major moves or overtakes. Kilo Juliet Delta just zoomed to first place, leaving the pack behind. Wild Kevinone is not far behind, climbing through the ranks. Pippi Langstrump and Wild Kevinone are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a battle for the ages. Pippi Langstrump is making a move to take the lead. Lian Yashin is also climbing up to second place. Amy is catching up fast to grab third. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing to the 17th place. Gila Julieta is gaining on N body notes, cutting the gap by over a second. Kilo Juliet Delta is gaining fast on N body notes. Looks like a battle is brewing. IRFAL is closing in on Justin Gilks, but still a bit of a gap to close there. Wanabekido and IRFAL are nose to nose for 15th place. N body notes is creeping up on Roger Bear 302, closing the gap by a second and a third. Wanabekido just moved up one spot to take the 15th place. Ai Rafael and Wanabekido are nose to nose for 15. Chubby Boy RJ just climbed one spot to 16. Wanabekido and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 15. Amy is gaining on Lian Yashin with a 1 second difference now. Penske Motorsport and New for Life are nose to nose for 5th place. Drew or False is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by 1.2 seconds. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 6th place. Dishonored Fox is right behind in 8th. Thomas Moran is making a move, now in 9th after overtaking 4 cars. The race is heating up. Cheese and Dash Hour just made a giant leap to the front, leaving everyone in the dust. Roger Bear 302 is on the hunt, closing in on Wanabekido fast. N Body Notes is gaining ground on Roger Bear 302, but still a bit of a way to go. Pippi Langstrump and Cheese and Dash Hour are nose to tail at the front. Renok T4 is slicing into Amy's lead, now just 2 seconds behind. Kilo Juliet Delta and Bubote are swapping positions in a close fight for the 19th spot. Pippi Langstrump is now in 1st place. Lian Yashin has moved up to 2nd. Amy is climbing to 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Justin Gilks is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. No Woo Life has moved up 1 spot to take the 15th position. Penske Motorsport is also up 1 spot, now in 16th. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just won the race at Macau Gia. Guess even the fastest pirate girl is unbeatable. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf has taken the top spot. Congratulations on that victory. Looks like they really brought their A game today. As for the drivers who can claim the cars, Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You now get to claim that sleek 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. That's quite the vintage beauty, perfect for making a statement on the road. And Hingle McCringleberry with the most overtakes? Nice work! You've earned that 1966 McLaren M1B Vintage Ultralights are always a good choice if you're looking to turn some heads. Big cheers to all our winners today! Alright everyone, buckle up because the clock is ticking. You've got just a little bit of time left to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choice now, or forever hold your peace. Well, at least until the next race. Hey Turbo Benzina! Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some high-speed AI madness. Oh, this is a classic matchup. Penske Motorsport with the vintage Alfa Romeo 155 TS versus my trusty Opel Vectra. Now, looking at these two, the Alfa is a sporty, agile car with a racing pedigree. But it's from 1994, which means it might be feeling a little nostalgic, and perhaps a tad less nimble than something newer. Meanwhile, my Opel Vectra is known for comfort and reliability, but in racing terms, it might lack the edge of that classic Italian finesse. Given the track is mid-Ohio, with its twisty turns and elevation changes, the Alfa's sharp handling could give it an advantage. But if my Vectra's engine holds up and it maintains a steady pace, I could see it snagging a few surprises. Honestly, my money's on the Alfa for its racing DNA, but don't count the Opel out just yet. Sometimes steady wins the race. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mid-Ohio and Turbo Benzina's on pole, driving a classic 1999 Nissan Primera P11. Let's see if that vintage ride can hold its lead or if the AI has something else in mind. Turbo Benzina has shot off the line into the lead. New Life is holding second place, trying to keep up. Amy is in third, but looks like she's already eyeing a move. Goldnut is making a strong push, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing steadily, now in third. Whip 3 out 25 and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a battle to watch. La Roche is climbing nicely into the top 4. Dijon Wolf is inching closer to the top 10. Looks like Dijon Wolf and I are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Goldnut is making a move to 18. Theskis is also advancing to 19. Maya is currently in 8th place with the Opel Vectra. Looks like she's holding her ground among the Vectra fleet. No overtakes yet, but she's staying close to the pack. The Gold Nerd is climbing to 17th place. Simple Marcus is catching up to 21st place. Grande is really closing the gap on Imus Gordon now. Only a few tenths separating them. Looks like a fierce battle for the 12th spot. Pippi Langstrup and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 6th place. Todoroki, 39, just gained a spot to 13th. Justin Gilks also moved up 1 to 22nd. Lone Wolf is in 10th place, driving a Nissan Primera from 1991. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Move for Life is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady behind Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like they're maintaining a solid position so far. The Gold Nerd is driving an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. They are currently in 8th place, so they're making a steady climb, but still have some ground to cover. Maya just overtook Pippi Langstrup to move into 7th place. They are now nose to tail, both fighting hard for that 7th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is in 2nd and holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing to challenge Turbo Benzina. Veskis is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75. They're currently in 20th place, just ahead of the last few cars in the Group N class. Their lap time is solid, but not enough to climb higher today. The Gold Nerd is climbing fast, now in 15th place. Chero Metsirosis and the Gold Nerd are nose to nose for 15th. Justin Gilks and Simple Markers are locked in a close fight for 21st. Hingle McCringleberry is sitting comfortably in 2nd and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move, or hoping the leader makes a mistake. Whip3L25 is driving a 1992 BMW 318i. They're currently in the 10th place, just behind DG Lone Wolf. Their fastest lap is 140.775, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. It's Therapy just overtook Veskis and is now in 16th place. Veskis is not giving up easily and is trying to retake the position. The battle for 16th is heating up. Nuhuva Life and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 2nd place. Veskis has gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Justin Gilks has also moved up 1 spot, now in 21st. The Gold Nerd just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Grande and the Gold Nerd are still neck and neck for that same spot. Datsoti Serena and Le Roussel are trading positions for 19th. Wow, Turbo Benzina just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that turbocharged effort paid off. Well done, champion. Wow, Turbo Benzina really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was quite the race to watch. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. They can now claim the classic 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI, a real gem from the BTCC. Plus, Penske Motorsport, you won the bet race. You get to take home a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. Looks like some excellent pickups for both of you. Let's see who rides away with the glory next time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Buxton's twists and turns demand a car that can hug the corners tightly without losing grip. Speed is fun, but if you can't keep control through the sharp bends, you're gonna lose a lot of time. Acceleration out of corners is also key, because once you get a good exit, you want to build a little gap. So, overall, a car with sharp response and excellent cornering capability would win the day here. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance or you'll be stuck watching these robots do their thing without your input. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth is known for its agility and nimbleness. But that Shelby G350 from 1966 has some serious muscle and legendary status behind it. I'd say it's a tough call, but I've got my money on the Shelby for a bit of that raw power and classic race car charm. That Fiat might be quick and tricky, but the Shelby's got the history and perhaps a little more horsepower to edge out the race. Let's see if the nimble underdog can pull off an upset or if the muscle car keeps its crown. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Buxton Track, and leading the pack is the Group 3 Penske Motorsport car, a classic 1971 Ford Falcon. Looks like nostalgia is making a strong start today. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in second. And I, Maya, am holding on to third, trying not to let the pressure get to me. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing fast into second place. Pippi Langstrup is also making moves, now in fifth. The real drama is between Pippi Langstrup and me for fourth place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to fourth place. Koberkull and Christgoffer are locked in a close fight for 11th. Singoshi is gaining ground, moving up to 13th. Penske Motorsport is climbing to second place. Singoshi is now in 12th. Sherugamazach is in 13th. The race is heating up. Dr. Monkey 13 just overtook someone to move into second place. Dr. Monkey 13 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for the lead. Koberkull and Sherugamazach are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Dr. Monkey 13 just made a move to take the lead. Amy and Lian Yashin are still locked in that 7th showdown. Yunus Gotalids is climbing 2 spots to P13. That battle between Junus Gotalids and Singoshi for P12 looks like a game of chess. Dicey Shanes is climbing fast into 7th place. Chris Gopher is making a move into 10th. Sherugametsa is creeping up to 13th. Maya is gaining on Pippi Langstrup and has cut the gap to just a few car lengths. They are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Yunus Gotalids and Perugamaraza are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Jesting Yilks and Koberkull are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Yunus Gotalids has moved up to 13th. Jesting Yilks is in 16th, also up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 4th place. Lian Yashin is advancing to 7th. Daisy Shines and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is in a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally legend. They're holding 2nd place, but are a bit slower than the leader. Looks like a steady run with potential for overtakes if they push harder. Lian Yashin is on a roll, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Penske Motorsport is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by 1.7 seconds. Sherugamazach has moved up 1 spot to 13. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 6. Chris Gopher is chipping away at Daisy Chains, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Yunus Gotalids just snuck into the top 12, moving up 1 spot. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Penske are battling hard for that spot. Daisy Shanes is making a move, and is now in 8th. Daisy Shan's just nudged into 7th place. Looks like Maya and Daisy Keynes are neck and neck for that spot. Shiro Gamaradza is climbing to 12. The race is heating up. Wow, Dr. Monkey 13th. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow! Dr. Monkey 13th, you did it! Congrats on taking the top spot. That was an intense race and you totally earned that victory. Well done! Now, for the car claims. Pippi Langstrom, great job winning the bet race. You can now claim that stunning 1966 Shelby GT 350. I hope you have fun with that classic. And Lee and Yoshin, you really showed some skill with the most overtakes. You get to claim the 1977 Lancia Stratos HF. Nice work. This is getting more exciting by the second. Who's going to be next to claim a car? Hey everyone, hurry up if you haven't picked your car yet. The clock's ticking and we wouldn't want you to miss out on the fun. Get those choices in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. The Mazda RT 24P is known for its agility and nimbleness, especially on tight tracks like Aviano GP. It might have a slight edge in handling. On the other hand, the Cadillac DPI VR is built for raw speed and endurance, so if it maintains its rhythm, it could be tough to beat. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Mazda because that car is a bit of a wizard on twisty circuits. But the Cadillac's power and stability keep it in the game. It might come down to who makes the fewest mistakes. So, I'd say the Mazda might just squeak out a win, but this could go either way depending on the race conditions. What do you all think? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Aviano GP, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2017 on-road Nissan DPI LM P2. Looks like he's got a good shot to stay ahead, or at least that's the plan. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Maya is holding strong in second place, and Penske Motorsport is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take fourth place. New for Life is closing in on her, trying to take fifth. Lian Yeshin and New for Life are nose to nose for that fifth spot. T-Bomb is climbing up to 9th place. Husky Hawk and T-Bomb are nose to nose for 9th. Tug on it DTV is gaining ground, now in 13th. New for Life is just ahead of Pippi Langstrump by a car length. Amy is trying to find a way past Lin Yashin, but no luck yet. Husky Hawk and T-Bomb are nose to tail. Looks like a drag race for 9. Solicha Dominity 1 is climbing up to 11th place. Mirmidara is now in 14th place, inching closer to the top. Maya takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Tug on it DTV and Lyra Shai are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 2nd place. Amy and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 6th. Zolicha Dominity 1 and Husky Hog are battling it out for 10th. Solicha Dominity 1 just overtook Husky Hog for 10th place. They're really neck and neck now. Solicha Dominity 1 is in 11th place with a 2010 Oreca FLM 09. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race in an on-road Nissan DPI. Their fastest lap so far is significantly slower than the top contenders, suggesting they might be holding back or facing some issues. LMP2 cars are clearly faster and dominating the top spots, while LMP3s are struggling to keep up, especially on this track. The track favors the quicker prototypes, making overtakes more challenging for the slower classes. Tug on it TTV just nudged ahead of Lyra Shai for 12th place. Looks like a close fight for that spot. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the LMP2 cars, especially with Maya leading comfortably. The LMP3s are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's demands on their lower power and grip. Tug on it DTV is climbing to 11th place, and Mirmidara is sneaking into 13th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Squat Bender is gaining on Lyra Shai, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 14th place. Zolicha Dominity 1 and Dongerzon 3 are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Mirmudar is inching up 1 spot to 12th. Husky Hog and Mirmudar are also nose to nose for 12th. Lian Yashin and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for 4th place. Zolicha Dominity 1 is climbing up to 8th. Husky Hog is making a move to 12th. Squat Bender is driving a 2017 Norma M30, which is known for its lightweight and agility. Their race seems steady but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're in a league of your own. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for pulling off the Triple Crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's some impressive racing right there. Truly an incredible achievement. And for the lucky driver who gets to claim the 2017 Mazda RT24P LMP2, congratulations. That car is a beast, and I'm sure you're going to have a ton of fun with it. Enjoy the ride and keep those wins coming. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before everything turns into a pumpkin. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI gets the crown. Alright, so we have Flora in a Renault Clio 4 S Cup from 2015 and Boofy in a 2014 Suzuki Swift. The Clio's got a bit more horsepower and a sportier setup, so I'd say Flora might have the edge here. The Suzuki Swift is nimble, but might struggle to keep up with the more aggressive Renault on a track like Bremgarten. I'm leaning towards Flora taking this one, but hey, the Swift could surprise us if it's feeling particularly sprightly today. Stay tuned! Alright. Everyone, the race is underway at Bremgarten and Willow Shrub is starting on pole with that 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup. Looks like they've got the early lead, so let's see if they can hold on. Ixajax has shot off the line to take the lead. Willow Shrub is holding strong in second place, while Simple Markers is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Zolija Domninity 1 is making a move, and now in fourth place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 11th. Willow Shrub is holding strong at the front, now in first. Rexenserer is climbing up to 8th place. Stephen Brinkley is now 12th. Amy is making a move to 15. Hingama Kringleberry is climbing to second place. Simple Markers and Solid Shadow 91 are still neck and neck for fourth. Rexner is also making a move, now in seventh. Penske Motorsport is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si. They are currently in 18th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Hingama Kringleberry is now in first place. Willow Shrub and Hingama Kringleberry are nose to nose for the lead. Solid Shadow 91 has climbed to third place. Solid Shadow 91 is gaining on Willow Shrub, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Simple Markers and Ixijax are nose to nose for fourth place. Meanwhile, Toucan's Flora and Woe for Life are locked in a tight fight for eighth. Solid Shadow 91 is holding on to second place, but Willow Shrub is right on their tail. Simple Markers and Ixijax are battling fiercely for fourth position. Yasmin 196 is trying to defend their spot against Simple Markers in the fight for fifth. Solid Shadow 91 and Willow Shrub are neck and neck for second place. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 8th place. Ragu is chipping away at Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by a second and a half. Solid Shadow 91 just overtook someone to take second place. Simple Markers and Ixijax are nose to nose for fourth. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 8th. Nulevi is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lian Yashin is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 18. Willow Shrub is narrowing the gap on Solid Shadow 91 by a second and a half. Simple Markers and Ixijax are nose to nose for fourth place. Toucan's Flora just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th. Pippi Langström is chipping away at Rex Nazura, closing the gap by a second. Pippi Langström and Rex Nazura are battling for 8th place now. Simple Markers is climbing to 4th place. Toucan's Flora is now in 5th. Pippi Langström is sneaking into 8th. Pippi Langström and Yes 996 are nose to nose for 7th. Simple Markers is right behind Willow Shrub, closing the gap quickly. In Boo for Life is catching up to me, closing in by over a second. Fragu is gaining on Penske Motorsport, inching closer. Simple Markers is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Pippi Langström and Yesnin 196 are neck and neck for 7th place. Your Instinct and Lian Yashin are locked in a tight fight for 18th. Simple Markers is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Toucan's Flora and Simple Markers are battling hard for 4th place. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Amy, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Simple Marcus is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Ixajax and Yasmin 196 are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Eighth place for Ixajax means Maya is holding steady but not catching the leaders. Laura's in 6th, so she's got a bit of a gap to overtake Bufina 19 in the last lap. Looks like Flora's got the edge for now. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Bufina 19, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Lian Yassin is chipping away at Fragat, narrowing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya just overtook Ixajax and is now in 7th place. They are nose to tail. This could get interesting. Two Kings Flora and Simplimakers are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Rex and Sarah and Amy are nose to nose for 10th position. Simplimakers and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya is closing in on Yasmin 96, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy and Ixajax are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Well, look at that. Hingle Me Kringleberry taking the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congratulations to you for winning the race. You must have driven with some serious skills. And look at that. Not only did you take the top spot, but you also nabbed the fastest lap. A 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge is definitely a sweet prize. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for the most overtakes. That's some bold driving right there. You can also claim a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. Looks like everyone's leaving today with a prize, or at least the chance to drive a tiny car around. Thanks for racing, everyone. And congrats again to our winners. Sure thing. Did you know that the LMP3 class was designed to be a more affordable way to get into prototype racing? It's kind of like the entry level of the racing world, but with a lot of spirit. So really, it's the perfect car for rookies who want to learn fast and look cool on the track. Oh wow! This is a classic matchup of tech versus tradition. The Norma M30 from 2017 is a pretty formidable machine with some modern updates, so it might have an edge in handling and speed. The Zytec Z11SN from 2011 is a bit older, but still a solid contender. It's like bringing a vintage car to a modern race. Sometimes it surprises everyone. Honestly, I think Silva P Gaming's Norma might take the lead early on thanks to its more recent design. But don't count out Maya and that vintage Levinson. The reverse layout of the Seattle circuit could throw a few curveballs, especially in tight corners. My gut says the Norma will probably edge out ahead, but it'll be close enough to keep us all on the edge of our seats. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack from pole position in the LMP3 class, cruising in a classic 2010 Orica FLM09. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second, and Pippi Langstrup holding on to third. Looks like a close start already. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take second place. Liam is climbing 2 spots to 7th. And it is ours, New for Life, and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. Silva Gaming and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 4th place. New for Life just gained a spot and is now in 8th. New for Life and Lee Yum are fighting hard for 7th. Maya is now in 7th place, closing in on Lee Yum. Lee Yum and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. New for Life and Maya are also battling hard for 8th. New is climbing up to 8th place. Emerald Tick 398 is now in 10th. Brogsworth has moved into 14th. Amy is leading the race in the 2nd position. Her Zytec Z11SN seems to be holding up well, but she's not quite pulling away yet. Looks like a close battle at the front. Kyosify and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Fishing's just gained a spot to move into 16th. Quiz 44 and Fishing are also battling for 16th, so things are heating up there. Silva Gaming is climbing up to 4th place. Brogsworth is making a move to 13th. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Lian Yashin and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 5th. Maya and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Brogsworth is climbing up to 12th place. Strutting Jarl is now in 14th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is holding 8th place, just behind Silver Gaming, who's in 6th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but watch for a late move. Emerald Tick 3 Unity 8 is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to tail for 9. Fishinks is inching closer to the top 15. Ingo, McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Silva Gaming just snuck into 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is also climbing, now in 4th. The top 4 are all bunched up. This race is getting spicy. Pippi Langstrup is dropping back 7 places to 13. Silva Gaming is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Liam is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 4th place. Maya is inching into 8th. Brogsworth and Kayosify are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Fishinks is climbing up to 13th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Quiz 44, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Fishinks is climbing up to 12th place. Basket and TB is closing in on Strutting Jarl, the gap shrinking by over a second. The two are nose to tail for 14th place. Wow, Amy, you really sped your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done on crossing that finish line first. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. That means you're eligible to claim the 2010 Orica F LM9. Nice work, everyone. Sure. The 1971 Ferrari 512M was basically the supermodel of race cars in its day. It was built for endurance racing and had a V12 engine that roared like a lion. Fun fact is it was a mid-era upgrade from the famous 512s, designed to be faster and more aerodynamic. It's like Ferrari's way of saying we're here to win, and we're doing it with style. Interesting matchup. Both are iconic cars from the same era, which makes it a tough call. The Porsche 917K is known for its incredible speed and agility on the track, especially with that sleek design and powerful engine. On the other hand, the Ferrari 512s also packs a punch and has a slightly different handling style that could give it an edge in tight corners. Since Agave has a mix of fast straights and tricky turns, I'd lean slightly towards Maya's Porsche because of its legendary performance in racing history. But don't count Amy out just yet. Ferrari has always got tricks up its sleeve. It's going to be close and I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Algarve. Pippi Langstrumpf is starting on pole with a classic 1969 Lola T70 Mark only duty Dorian. Let's see if this vintage beast can hold on to that lead, or if the newer contenders will sweep past. Lian Yashin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Pippi Langstrumpf in second place. Vildarino is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrumpf and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for the lead. 2 Ps and a Podcast is closing in on third place. The fight for second is heating up between 2 Ps and a Podcast and Pippi Langstrumpf Toddy. Vildarino just overtook for third place. Amy is closing in on her, trying to reclaim that position. 2 Ps and Amy are nose to tail. Looks like a battle is brewing for 4. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 15th place. Eganite and Orange Funk are locked in a close fight for 17. Maya and 2 Ps and a Podcast are nose to tail in 5th place. Eganite just climbed 1 spot to 17. Orange Funk and Egenerate are locked in a tight duel for 17. Kyroscope advances to 12th place. Orange Funk moves up to 17th place. Shalesy also climbs to 18th place. Orange Funk and Shalesy are nose to nose for 17. Aituhove is really closing in on Nanbu for life. Now, looks like a tight fight for the 10th spot. Maya is holding steady in 8th place, not giving anything away. Vildarino just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Kyroscope is climbing up to 11. Aituhove and Kyroscope are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Gaming Tofi Cancer and Maya are neck and neck for 6th place. New for Life and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 9. Aituhove is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Gaming Tofi Cancer and Maya are nose to nose for 6th place. Kyroscope and H2Hova are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Egenerite and Orange Funk are battling it out for 17. Dagichat is in the 17th place with a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Looks like they're holding steady but not exactly setting the world on fire. Wolf of Echo is driving a 1979 BMW M1 Procar Dotto. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite the front runner but still in the mix. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Basket Ntiva has moved up to 20 and is in a close fight with DJ Magatat for that position. Vilrio and Amy are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Maya just snuck into 6th. Move for Life is creeping into the top 10. Basket and V climbs to 19th place. Chmagikat also moves up to 20th place. Shaozi and DJ Magakat are nose-to-nose for 20th place. Aish2Ovai is closing in on Penske Motorsport fast. Just 14 seconds behind now. Shaozi is climbing up to 21st place, making moves. Kyroscope is rapidly catching H2Hova, closing the gap by 14:30 seconds. Eganarite and Orange Funk are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race in a 1969 Lola T70 Mark on the 2.0. They have a comfortable gap and are setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Congratulations, Leanne. Looks like all that effort paid off, and you're now the one everyone's talking about at the finish line. Well done. Wow, Lian Yishin really pulled it off and won the race. Hugh, congratulations to you. That was some impressive driving. And congratulations to Amy for winning the bet race too. Way to keep things interesting. Lian, you also snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim that stunning 1970 Ferrari 512 Skoda Lunga.L. Amy, your victory in the bet race means you get the classic 1970 Ferrari 512S. Nice choices, both of you. Who knew AI racers could be so exciting? Actually, the 1971 Dodge Charger Super Bee is a bit of a misnomer, because the Super Bee was primarily a Dodge muscle car from the early 70s. But, if we're talking about the Dodge Charger from around that era, here's a fun fact. The 1971 Charger was one of the last years for the first-generation design, and it featured a distinctive split grille that really made it stand out on the street. Plus, it's got that classic muscle car vibe that just screams, I mean business. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Hurry up or you might miss out on the chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, we've got our special racing, a classic Porsche 911 RS from 1973, and Dishonored Fox in a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28-door. Both are iconic cars but very different beasts. The Porsche is known for its agility and precision, especially on twisty tracks like Albi, so it might have the edge in handling. The Camaro, on the other hand, is all about raw muscle and power, which could help if the race favors straight-line speed. Given Albi's mix of curves and straights, I'd lean toward the Porsche having a slight advantage in navigating the corners swiftly. But if the Camaro can find a way to unleash its power on the straights, it could surprise us all. It's a close call, but I'd put my money on the Porsche to take the win, unless the Camaro manages to break free on the long straight sections. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Albi with vintage street cars on the track. ERS Special is starting on pole in a classic 1973 Porsche 911. RS looks like a real beauty up front. Let's see if it can hold the lead. ERS Special has taken an early lead. Dishonored Fox is right behind in second, and the Hyper 7 is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Hingle McCringleberry is slicing through the field to reach 6th place. Dishonored Fox is holding on to the lead, climbing one spot to first. Maya and Stabby Gale Killams are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a battle worth watching. Maya is climbing fast into 3rd place. Dank Nuggins is making a move into 8th. Leanne Yashin and Amy are nose to nose for 11th. Hymice and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for 8th place. Leanne Yashin is climbing to 11th. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 12th. Hymice is climbing up to 8th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is making a move to 17th. Inga May Kringleberry and Stabagale Killams are nose to nose for 5th place. Hymice has just gained a spot and is now 7th. Gamming Tophyte Cancer and Hymice are battling it out for 7th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. The Hyper 7 is narrowing the distance to ERS Special by 2.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 5th place, making the race a little more interesting. Gamming Tophyte Cancer is climbing to 8th place. Penske Motorsport is pushing up to 15th. New for Life and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for 15th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. They're currently in the 18th position, so it looks like the race is not going their way so far. The Hyper 7 is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now 12th. Penske Motorsport is in 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Our Special and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Hymice and Stabagale Killams are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 10th place. Theo Art and Pippi Langström are still battling for that spot. Penske Motorsport has climbed to 13th place. Dishonored Fox is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to stay ahead unless someone pulls off a miracle. Art is trying to hold off Amy, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a fun little scrap for 11th place. VR is racing in 1970. Chevrolet at El Camino SS. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind the top 10. With the fastest lap of 1:49.745. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Penske Motorsport and Beirart are nose-to-nose for 12th. Leon Yashin and Penske Motorsport are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Ingo McCringleberry and the Hyper 7 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amy and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close fight for 9th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up one spot to 12th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. You and Maya are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Jaimais are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. The Hyper 7 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Kikasledy X3 is climbing up to 14th place, leaving someone behind. Jaimais is really closing the gap on Stabagale Killams. Looks like a battle brewing. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Leon Yashin is climbing up to 14th, leaving some behind. Gaming to Fight Cancer is closing in on Jaimais, now just 2.4 seconds behind. They are battling fiercely for 7th place. Penske Motorsport is making moves, climbing 2 spots to sit in 10th. Congratulations, Dishonored Fox. Looks like you outran everyone and took the top spot. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Dishonored Fox for taking the victory. That was quite the race. Now, Penske Motorsport, you earned yourself a shot at the vintage streets with the most overtakes. A 1977 Aston Martin 5th Vantage is waiting for you. So claim it and enjoy the classic ride. Here's a fun fact about the 1952 Jaguar C-Type. This car was specifically designed for racing, and it was so successful that it helped Jaguar win the 24 Hours of Le Mans twice in a row, in 1951 and 1953. It was also known for its distinctive streamlined body and its lightweight construction, making it a real head-turner, on and off the track. Plus, its sleek design still looks pretty impressive even decades later. Talk about a timeless classic. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? Penske Motorsport with the classic Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR versus New for Life's nostalgic Maserati 450S. Both are iconic, but let's be honest, is the 1950s a little too long ago for a modern race? Still, in this AI race, anything can happen. The Mercedes might have that legendary reputation for speed and dominance back in its day, but the Maserati had some serious flair and agility. Honestly, I'd probably lean slightly towards Penske's Mercedes for its aerodynamic design and historical racing prowess. But don't count out the Maserati. Sometimes the underdog surprises us with a burst of vintage energy. So, who do I think will take the crown? I'm going to put my chips on Penske's Mercedes for the win. But I'll be keeping my eyes on that Maserati because vintage or not, it's got plenty of charm and a little bit of that racing spirit. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Alastaro Sprint long track. Up front, we have Jaime in the sports cars class, steering a classic 1955 Maserati 300S. Let's see if vintage charm can hold the lead today. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off the line into the lead. Jaime is holding strong in second, trying to keep up. Dr. Monkey 13 is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Imus Gordon is now in third place, climbing one spot. Dr. Monkey 13 and Imus Gordon are battling closely for third position. Shoot 'Em Up has moved up one spot into sixth place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to third place. Fish the Husky is now sixth. Go for Life is making a move to 14th. Shoot 'Em Up is climbing nicely into 6th place. Maya is making a move up to 14th. Looks like some strategic overtaking happening. Dr. Monkey 13 is just ahead of Jaime's by a car length. Frankenbautz is trying to find a gap to overtake Miss Gordon. Yeah, Lian Yashin and Fish the Husky are nose to tail. No room to breathe. Frankenbautz and Imus Gordon are nose to tail for 4th place. Basket and V and the Critical Leg are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is climbing up one spot to 13th. Amy is currently leading the race with a comfortable gap. Figureta Sport and Pippi Langstrup are still neck and neck for 9th place. Woover Life just overtook someone and is now in 14th, climbing steadily. The Critical Leg is driving a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. They're currently in 11th place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Basket and V climbs to 11th place. Maya and Figure 8 Sport are nose to nose for 12. Amy moves up to 16. Imus Gordon is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Maya is making a move up to 12th. Penske Motorsport is also gaining ground, now in 14th. Ishta Husky is driving a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR from 1955. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with the fastest lap of the race at 1:31.12. Looks like they're making some good moves. Basket and V and the Critical Leg are nose to tail for 10th place. No for Life just snuck into 14th, climbing 1 spot. The Critical Leg is driving a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR from 1955. They're currently in 11th place, with a decent lap time but not quite catching the leaders yet. Penske Motorsport is currently in the 16th place, with a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. Their lap time is decent but not enough to shake up the top. Looks like a steady race for now. Frankenbals is climbing to 4th place. Lian Yashin is also moving up to 7th. Gishta Husky and Lian are nose to nose for 7th. Gishta Husky is climbing up to 7th place. Nonstop just moved up to 14th and is battling hard with Penske Motorsport for that same spot. Gishta Husky and Shoot 'em Up are nose to tail for 6th place. Figureta Sport is chopping down the distance to Maya by a full second. Penske Motorsport is climbing 1 spot to reach the 14th position. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a 1955 Maserati 300S. They're currently in 6th place and have a decent lap time, but they're not quite catching the leaders yet. Wow, what a surprise. Hingle and Kringleberry taking the win? Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You definitely earned it. And as for the drivers who are eligible to claim a car, Penske Motorsport, you've secured yourself a classic 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 LR. That's quite the prize. Enjoy the ride. You've got a piece of racing history now. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now or miss out on the most epic AI car race ever. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car misses the starting line. Well, looking at these two, it's like a blast from the past, and a question of which vintage slays through the track better. The footwork, FS16 was known for handling, but it wasn't the fastest missile in the fleet. The Jordan 195, on the other hand, was a strong contender with better aerodynamics and overall performance. So I'd probably put my chips on Maya's Jordan for this race. It seems like the better choice of the two, especially on a demanding track like Gold Coast. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So let's sit back and see how these vintage cars handle the twisty bits. Alright everyone, the race is kicked off at Gold Coast, and Amy is on pole position in that classic 1995 Williams FW17. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI is planning a surprise. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Grampy in second and Penske Motorsport holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Grampy is driving a Benetton B195, a car known for its agility and strong aerodynamics. Looks like he's holding second place comfortably. No overtakes yet, but the race is still wide open. Its Thera pair is really dropping back to 19th place. Lithocarp is right behind at 20. Merchican Live is gaining on AM Mobius, closing the gap by a second. Grampy is driving a Benetton B195, a car known for its balance and speed in 1995. Looks like he's holding the second place comfortably. No overtakes yet, but the race is still wide open. Maya is currently in 16th place with the Jordan 195. Looks like she's stuck behind some slower cars but still hanging in there. No overtakes yet, but she's not giving up. New for Life is driving a Jordan 195, currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Penske Motorsport is currently in 3rd place with a Sauber C14. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Their race seems pretty uneventful so far. Pippi Langström is driving a Williams FW17 and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is currently in 16th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 10 seconds, and 348 milliseconds. Her car is a Jordan 195, and she's making a solid effort to climb up the grid. Slippin's Leader Gaming is driving a Minardi M195. They're holding on to 6th place, but their fastest lap is just over 112.3, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady race for now. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the faster lap times of the top contenders, especially those with better handling like Amy and Maya. Overtakes are tricky, so staying consistent is key. Wrestling 567 is racing a Ferrari 412 T2, which is known for its speed and aggressive design. They are currently in 19th place, but their fastest lap is the quickest in the field at 1 minute 9.894 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard, but just not quite enough to move up. Wow, Amy really took the lead and claimed victory. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Well done! Wow, Amy took the victory. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. Looks like Amy is really good at this. And hey, Lian Yashin, you outdid everyone in the bet race and earned yourself a 1995 Footwork FS16. That's quite a classic to add to your collection. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that some of the retro street cars used in racing classes actually started out as daily drivers just a few decades ago? It's like seeing your neighbor's old hatchback turn into a turbocharged beast on the track. It's pretty funny how time and a little racing magic can turn a regular car into a speedster. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to make that move before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see which machine will dominate the race. Well, this is quite the nostalgic showdown, isn't it? The DeLorean has that iconic style, and a bit of that time-traveling flair. But let's be real, it's not exactly built for speed. On the other hand, the Mercedes 560 SEC is a luxury cruiser with some serious horsepower under the hood. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean towards Ronnie Rampage and the Mercedes taking the lead. The DeLorean might turn a few heads with its looks, but I suspect the Mercedes will outpace it by quite a stretch. Who do you think will surprise us all? Alright folks, the race is underway at Black Cat County Long Track. Unclearly Gaming is sitting on pole position in a vintage 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C. Let's see if that classic can hold up, or if the newer cars will chase it down. Unclearly Gaming has taken an early lead. Celestial Inari is right behind in second, and Hermit Media is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 8th place. Celestial Inari and Unclearly Gaming are nose to tail at the front. Hermit Media and Celestial Inari are locked in a fierce duel for second. Joey Pastrami just snuck into 4th place. Amy and New For Life are still neck and neck for 5th. Maya is climbing to 7th, making moves. Hermit Media is climbing to 2nd place. Celestial Inari and Hermit Media are nose to tail for 2nd. I am advancing to 6th place. I am locked in a close fight with New For Life for 5th. Joey Pastrami and Celestial Inari are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya just overtook one car and is now in 5th. Amy is also climbing, now in 6th. Maya is closing in on Joey Pastrami. They are side by side now. Joey Pastrami is defending that 3rd place. Hermit Media is just behind, waiting for a mistake. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Move for Life has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th. Celestial Inari and New For Life are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is climbing to 2nd place. New For Life is catching up to 3rd. Amy is making her way to 6th. Maya has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to claim 1st place. Amy has also gained a position, now sitting in 5th. Amy and Hermit Media are nose to nose, fighting hard for 4th place. Yakiraman just overtook Hermit Media for 5th place. Amy is now in 3rd, closing the gap. The battle for 5th is heating up, with Hermit Media fighting hard to hold that spot. Leon Yashin is gaining on Joey Pastrami, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Rana Rimpaj is catching up to Celestial Inari, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pace CER and Runner and Page are battling closely for 11th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Joey Pastrami just overtook her mid-media for 6th. Amy is still chipping away at Uncleela Gaming's lead, now just 1 second behind. Wolf's Light is driving an Opel Ascona CGT from 1988. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. No for Life is closing in on Uncleela Gaming, cutting the gap by 230 seconds. Lian Yaishin just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Pace EAR is also climbing 1 spot to 11th. Wow, Maya, you must be a speedster. Congratulations on winning the race. Congratulations, Maya. You really tore through that race and took the win. Well deserved. And since you made the most overtakes, you're claiming the 1998 BMW M5 E39. Nice choice. That car's a classic. Thanks for racing, everyone, and stay tuned for the next round. Hey everyone, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the moment. The countdown is almost up, so get those picks in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Sure thing. The 1979 BMW M1 E26 March is actually a pretty rare gem. It was part of BMW's ambitious attempt to enter the supercar scene back in the late 70s. Fun fact: only around 450 of these were ever made, making it a true collector's item. Plus, it's got a sleek design that kind of screams "I'm here to race," even after all these years. It's like the car version of a secret club you wish you knew about sooner. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Both cars have their charm but also their quirks. The Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo from 1981 is actually known for its nimbleness and sharp handling. It's like a little ninja on the track. The Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979, on the other hand, might have more raw power, but could struggle with agility and precision. I'd say Leanne has a slight edge because of her car's agility. But hey, surprises happen. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Algarve with New for Life on pole in a classic 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo. This is going to be interesting to watch as that vintage machine tries to hold off the modern challengers. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Ingle McCringleberry in second place. Pippi Langstrup is holding on to third for now, but don't blink or you might miss some shuffling at the front. Amy is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Caravan is making a move, now in ninth after passing 3 more. Rumi Fister team is also on the rise, now in 11th, overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrup is holding on to second place, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, ready to pounce. Maya is making a move, climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Chris Gopher and Maya are nose to nose for that 6th position. Drayvon, 192 cucks, just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Drea 192 gigs are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Someone is climbing up 1 position to take 12th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for 3rd. A better bloke is closing in on Caravanen, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Pippi Langstrup is now in 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi are still battling for that spot. Dre 192 2X has moved up to 4th place. Drayvon 192X is really closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a few car lengths behind. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Pat Swords just overtook 1 car and is now in 12th, climbing up the field. Drayvon 192X is climbing to 3rd place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 4th. Chris Gopher is inching up to 6th. Chris Gopher is right on the tail of Hingle McCringleberry now. The gap is shrinking fast. Hingle better watch out or Chris Gopher might just overtake him soon. Amy is comfortably in 4th place, not looking too worried. Maya is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Crest Gopher, the gap shrinking quickly. Katsuma Girl is closing in on Rami Fist 13, and they're battling hard for 12th place. Dre 192X is creeping closer to Pippi Langstrup with a 1.1 second gain. Maya is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lian Yashin is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Lian and Katsuma Girl are locked in a tight duel for the 13th spot. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Chris Gopher is now in 6th, closing the gap on the top 5. Lian Yishin is climbing to 12th, making her way through the pack. Chris Gopher is climbing to 5th place. Sumer Girl is advancing to 13th. Rumief is 10th. And Kzumer Girl are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Katsuma Girl is driving a vintage Chinook Mark II. They're currently in the 17th place, just ahead of some others in the same class. Looks like a tight race with a lot of competition behind. The 192 Bex is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. Maya is closing in on the pair. Daisy Shanes is making a move, climbing up to 18. Wow! What a surprise! Congratulations on winning the race, New for Life. Guess all his practice laps finally paid off. Wow, big congrats to New for Life for taking the win. You really drove that car like you stole it? And the fastest lap? That's just the cherry on top. Well deserved. Now for the lucky drivers, if you want to claim your rides, here's your chance. New for Life gets the 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo, a classic, sleek, and ready to roar. And yours truly, I've got the 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX. It's a beast in its own right, so watch out if I decide to race again. Let's keep these cars rolling and the fun going. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. It's known for its raw speed and aerodynamics, which are pretty crucial on a track like Phillip Island. The Honda might give it a run for its money, but I think the Chevy's power and handling could just edge out in this race. Plus, the Chevrolet has been a bit of a crowd favorite for their performance in these kinds of circuits. Alright, so Amy is behind the wheel of a Honda IndyCar, and Tyler is in a Chevrolet IndyCar. Both are pretty solid choices for Phillip Island, but let's be honest, the differences between them might not be huge since they're both 2018 models. The real game changer is probably how each AI handles the circuit. Given that Honda IndyCars tend to have a slight edge in agility and responsiveness, my money is on Amy to take the win. But Tyler could surprise us if the AI manages the Chevrolet well through the tight corners. Still, I'd say Amy has the upper hand here. Let's see if the AI can defy the odds. Alright everyone, Deluxe Combo is taking the lead from pole position in that shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if it can hold on to that luck in the early laps. Deluxe Combo has shot off the line to take the lead. Trendalive is right behind in second place. Timborghini Tuba is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle already forming behind the front runners. Timborghini Tuba has just overtaken Big Boy Bets to take second place. Big Boy Bets is not giving up easily and is trying to reclaim the position. The race for second place is heating up with both drivers pushing hard. Tyler is slicing through the field, now in the top 16 after overtaking 3 cars. Official Class Elite is climbing steadily, now in 6th place after gaining 2 spots. Pippi Langstrup is inching forward, now in 11th after moving up 1 position. Hingle, Nick Ringleberry and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 13th place. Bamaka and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 14th spot. Two Kins Floor is climbing up the grid, jumping 1 position to 16. Lian Yeshin and Official Class Elite are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup and Tug on It DTV are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 12. Tug on It DTV is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Maya Dotjopsium. Pamaka is creeping up to 15th but still a few spots behind. Tyler just sneaks into the top 15. Penske Motorsport and Tyler are nose-to-nose for 14. Someone's climbing up 1 spot to reach the 18th. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in 12th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 13th place. Bunnies of Doom and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for that spot. Tyler and Bunnies of Doom are also locked in a close fight for 14. Tyler just sneaks into 14th place. Famaka and Bunnies of Doom are nose to nose for 15. Tukins, Flora and Famaka are locked in a fierce duel for 16. Trendalive is in 4th place driving a Honda IndyCar with a fastest lap of 120.889. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite catching the leaders yet. Amy's trailing Tyler by quite a bit, so unless she pulls off a miracle, Tyler looks like the winner of that bet. Kyosify is driving a Honda IndyCar and currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1:21.268, so they're holding a decent pace but still a few spots behind the leaders. Congratulations to Deluxe Combo for winning the race. That was an impressive run and well deserved. Now, Penske Motorsport, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Great job! Keep racing and maybe next time you'll take the top spot. Wow, deluxe combo really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up, our stream needs a tiny break for some maintenance. It'll be back in just a few minutes, so grab a snack or stretch those legs. Don't go anywhere. The race will be back hotter than ever.